about today. And I think it picks up on some of the themes that have been already surfaced throughout the conference. And to help us to sort of elaborate a little bit more on feminist futures, we have an amazing speaker online. Her name's Dr. Tigist Hassan, who is an Ethiopian scholar who lives and works in South Africa. Tigist works on women's rights program at the and is an associate for she works in the women's right program at Association for Progressive Communication, APC. She is the research lead and project coordinator for Feminist Internet Research Network project, and she's also a postdoc researcher at UCT in the Hub for Decolonial Feminist Psychologies in Africa. Her research interests, they focus on exploration of a digital pan-African constellation of feminist digital activism for feminist justice across the continent. The title of Dr. Hassan's lecture today, keynote, is Technologies of Livable Futures. And she's going to take us through what a pan-African feminist tech future might look like. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Hassan. Tigist, thank you so much for joining us. You're going to have our attention for the next 30 to 40 minutes, and then we're going to come in and have a Q&A. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tigist.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. I'm very happy to be here. Actually, I was looking forward to being physically in Mozambique, but it didn't work out. But I'm still grateful that I could participate in the online spaces, listen to some of the conversations, and I get to do my presentation today. Cape Town is very cold and raining, which then means the internet is not stable. So what I would do is I would switch off my camera and then do my presentation. And after that, I will take off sharing the screen and I can be also on camera. I hope that's okay. If Asanda, if you allow me, then I can continue with that. Or if there are other things that need to be done, that's also okay before we start.
Go for it. We can see you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The sorry, but you can see it. Okay. So the title of my keynote is Technologies of Livable Future. I want to start with sharing the story of how I landed to this concept. For the past 12 years, I have been researching the internet from a feminist perspective. I am a feminist ethnographer by training. And since 2018, I have been working as a research lead and project coordinator for the Feminist Internet Research Network. And since its inception, we have worked with over 20 countries of feminist researchers on different and intersecting research ideas and questions of technology. So last year, we received another generous grant from IDRC to continue our work. This is now the third cycle of FERN, and the network collaborating with another 10 feminist researchers from the global south. In this cycle, we are focusing on doing research on tech-facilitated gender-based violence from an intersectional and decolonial feminist perspective. We have already gone through the selection process and have signed contracts with 10 researchers who are already doing amazing works in their activism and research and knowledge building work. But I was surprised that I was not as excited as I hoped to be, given that I am the lead researcher here and also a coordinator of this massive project. I also, often I'm very much excited when I see a research subjects and researchers being excited about their research questions and witnessing their research journey and coming to, answering their own question. It's such an interesting thing and a privilege to witness. So I was very surprised that I was not that excited. I was experiencing, honestly speaking, a fatigue, and I remember feeling this urge of the need to disconnect. It also happens that this year I am committed to rereading Audre Lorde to save my life. I know her work throughout my academic life and used her work for academic research purposes. But this year I needed to read her for myself. I even have a tarot card of her quotes gifted by a friend that I use from time to time when I get lost. So around the time of my exhaustion, I was reading the Sister Outsiders book, and I came to this line. It says, a Black woman committed to livable future. Audre Lorde was talking about how to raise kids, specifically Black men, from a feminist space. And so it was about consciousness raising and all that. But I don't know how to explain it, but something clicked and rebooted my system. I loved the idea of livable future. It stuck with me for weeks and weeks. I kept inserting the word in the concept in different conversations and writings. And this one day, I was in a meeting with a colleague, and he mentioned for us to consider framing the FERN recent project within the context of technologies of survival. And I simply asked, why survival? Why not a livable future? And I kind of understood right there why I was really exhausted. Mind you, not desensitized, just exhaustion with a cycle of research that yet again looks at violence with with an inception of not, giving a livable future in that sense. From my perspective, when we are operating from survival mode, even in our thinking or research or writing or activism, more often one is positioned or occupied with reactionary politics or in a defensive mode, struggling against multiple and intersecting tech-related issues. But when one is concerned with livable future, then while doing all the critique work like defense, rearticulation of realities, struggle against innate colonial natures, or the design of the problematics of design of technologies and all that, one is also continuously required to offer livable possibilities in a tangible way. That could look like a form of shifting our perceptions and ideas in relation to tech. It could take a form of really visualizing and recording inventive ways of tech feminist work that has been done and that we are aware of. It could take a look or a collaborative work with engineers or techies to create an alternative platform, you name it. So I'm still thinking about it, doing more research, especially investing my time and energy to find feminist readers or from a global south on livable future so that I can understand or define what it looks like for me as an African feminist and also for an African feminist scholarship in the larger sense in our relationship with technology. As I said, I've been listening into the conversation for the past few days, and particularly morning sessions. It has provoked me to a great deal to go back and reflect on my own research. So much of my talk today draws from the PhD research that I was conducting. I am also very much encouraged to center what I am passionate about in this conversation, which is really about feminist digital movement building and activism from a Pan-Africanist and decolonialist perspective. So today, the question I'm asking within the umbrella of livable future is then how do we imagine and work toward this feminist or a Pan-Africanist feminist tech futures? I have three talking points, and I will try to address them within the time given to me. The first point I want to look at is how feminist digital movements seem to continuously be overwhelmed by debates that are attempting to classify activism or activist work between undoing and redoing feminism. As a digital ethnographer and someone who is very much interested in digital movements, I observe patterns of how movements start, get to be noticed on online platforms, and grow to influence ongoing political engagements, and at times where and how feminist activists collectively use digitalization to shift, recenter, call out, call in, remove, remark as the movement progresses. In my observation, often all these activities are happening fluidly, informed by what is happening on the ground and digital spaces, and vice versa, almost in a simultaneous manner. Here, I think you could also imagine thinking about bodies on the streets, using their phone and trying to feed in information as things happen online. Almost to say bodies on the line and bodies online, all at the same time. However, there are feminist scholars that seem to be interpreting such intensive activist work differently. For some, they get concerned with the potential use of technology and access as a digital platform and how it can play a crucial role in modernity and popular culture. This argument emphasizes the process of undoing feminism, the dismantling and disarticulations of feminism, especially by the youth, to create their own version of feminism. I think we have seen this kind of intervention recently in South Africa in the Christmas Fall movement, where young feminist students are coming out and resist the claim that is thrown at them as being not educated enough on what African feminism is or should look like. And there are other feminists who consider the interrelationship between feminism, body politics, and neoliberalism as an influenced by digitalization. Here, the argument focuses on the interaction between regional feminist movements and transnational feminist articulations of political crisis. This feminist scholars stress that seeing that we are constantly confronted by emerging technologies or their impact on movements, we must recognize that there is a need to reimagine or redo feminisms. However, there are those who refuse to indulge with the debates of such kind and disconnect from redoing or undoing feminist concepts, instead proposes a continuity of feminist struggle and doing feminism in the digital era as a possible workable idea. For me, even the so-called doing feminism categories doesn't really do justice for the ways in which digital activism happens and the intensity of it. It is rather a very simplistic gesture because it limits, worse, silences critical reflex work on the complexity and messy encounters of feminist activists. Understanding feminist redoing, undoing political work as also opens a space for individuals to become more vulnerable when challenging the conceptions of feminist politics. Based on my observation, the discourse of feminist activism in Africa, so similar to elsewhere in the world, represented a fluid representation or articulations and disarticulations of feminist activism while simultaneously redoing feminism as it's already crafted. At least we should give acknowledgement of embodied protest action against dominant public discourses. Now, it has been said by many people in the conference that there is a constant labor of contextualizing and defending African feminist knowledge production and meaning making against the standard feminist knowledge emanates from the global news. This has been said by many. As protests and feminist activism become more popular, it is my observation that the local struggle and knowledge production becomes diluted to fit into a global understanding of gender and sexual struggles in the South. Here we can give an example of Me Too and how Me Too have swallowed many of African initiatives and hashtag movements that are in our corners. For example, Rape Must Fall. Particularly, part of our feminist inquiry in our feminist future imagination is to actually foreground the body as a subject and focus of the activism. I think this has been also mentioned by many during the conference period. The digital world is one place that strategizes or registers the messiness of body politics in feminist activism. The body or embodied experience in activism is somehow erased in the fixations of the digital. Embodied experience of digital activists involves the vulnerability and precarity of bodies doing activism, despite the assumption that digital activism is somehow safer and disembodied. This is obviously evident in, for example, social media posts that you've been seeing, a call on for a protest on the streets. Here, the physical body is often politically centered, but with the knowledge that it has been negatively constructed in relation to perceived bodily characteristics. This is also particularly true for African women who are represented as hypersexual, other, or as victims, characteristics that are also strongly conveyed in bodily appearances. This shows us that activism and movement building online involves feminist engagement with homogenic views of women's bodies in the digital world. To come back to my initial point, understanding African feminist embodied experience in digital spaces require a recognition of the connection between redoing, undoing, and doing feminism. In fact, these diverse and sometimes even conflicting political impulses create a broader spectrum of multiple feminist articulations. Hence, feminist analysis of collective action and instrumental use of digitally mediated means should constantly reflect on embodied subjective experiences and geopolitical positioning of feminist articulation. Before going to my next talking point, I want to quickly mention here that the visibility of gendered bodies in digital spaces, or the disempowerment or empowerment of feminist activists, the vulnerability or violence that activists oftentimes experience online, actually is more emanated from morally coded cultural values, anti-feminist rhetoric, racism, colonialist structure that is communicated in mass communication in the digital platforms. Articulation of the escapability of body experience is therefore significant for us in dismantling the destructive and divisive debates that focuses, well, who's doing the feminism right? My second point is also looking at another challenge for African feminists that is not being given a priority, which is the question of the archive. There was a critique that was provided from the first day panel discussion on the ways in which we talk about data rights, which in some ways unintentionally subscribes to the neoliberalist thinking. And the argument was that we don't talk about the human interaction, relationships, and political context in which the data came to be. Similar arguments can be made for the ways in which we are framing the question of the archive. It is, or it must be recognized that social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and others are owned by private companies that are situated in the US. I think we know this very well. This means then, by extension, the archives that are created by African feminists are owned by these companies. So far, the critique around digital archives, particularly on social media platforms, is mentioned in relation to access to big data. This is by researchers and academics, and data privacy issues. This is by policy advocates. To the best of my knowledge, issues of archival, documentation, heritage, and sovereignty have not been part of the conversation as much as it should. Perhaps the issue that needs further unraveling here is data heritage and sovereignty. African feminists should expand on this and reflect on why do digital archive matters in the age of hashtag catalog archives. Who has access to what? And as we know, Twitter and Facebook, specifically Twitter and Facebook in our context, digital archives that are made by Africans, history and heritage, are stored in these companies, and these private companies charge fees to get grants, access to the archive that have been built by African women, men, gender diverse people, and LGBT communities. Why are we, as decolonial thinkers and as feminists, not alarmed by this troubling fact, which resembles colonial systems of wealth accumulation and mining heritage and artifacts in the form of information and data? Here, I want to remind us yesterday's offering by Sia and Angela on issues of infrastructure. Sia argued that how important it is for us to understand and know who is where, doing what, and how we can better structure our movements with the intention of preserving African feminist contribution in technology. On the other hand, Angela nudged us to think and pay attention to how the DOI infrastructure is exploitative and extractive, with a preservation of power relations and knowledge economy often knows. I was again reminded by Sia's warning that what if all of a sudden Twitter gets cancelled? Her provocation here was on the precariousness of platforms we engage or our activism. I want to build on that and ask what happens to the archive or our data or our history. It is in moments like this that I am acutely reminded of the minimum leverage power we have as Africans, as users of these platforms, even though our number is extremely large. I think one of the reasons behind the negligence of regarding digital archives is the misrecognition or misrecognition of movement building and activism that are happening in multiple digital spaces as national histories or artifacts that needs to be preserved. This gets even more difficult when the movement we're talking about is feminist or queer movements. And this unintentional or unrecognized actions actually contribute to the erasure of African feminist digital movement and perpetuates not only nationally or within organization, but also in the global circuit of activism. As a result, we continue to lose historical trade that shows the political role of African feminists for social justice, how it is used in a particular case in relation to specific moments and a specific social outburst or crisis. A live example here is what we're looking at: Kenya, and Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Palestine, in other countries in the world. Again, interlinked with this idea of the archive being hidden from us is the limited knowledge we get to have the relationship to what I call Pan-Africanist constellation of feminist activism. That continues to happen organically without anyone's involvement in some ways across the continent, particularly how movements manage to transcend local struggles and protest and become influential instruments that enables other African countries to build a similar movement for addressing similar social and political problems. Immediate example here is Kenya at this right moment, how the movement there is inspiring other African countries, certainly Uganda. But I also have two movements to share with you, and I'll go through them quickly. The first one is Bring Back Our Girls, and I know most of us know about Bring Back Our Girls because it's one of the most popular movements in the African continent in the 2040s. Immediately after Bring Back Our Girls were initiated in Nigeria against the abductions of girls, in 2015, South Sudan digital activists created a hashtag called Bring Back Our Boys after the unarmed men have abducted over 89 boys. In 2015, Kenya had a hashtag Bring Back 113 Kenyan Girls movement, calling the government to intervene and rescue young Kenyan women from being detained in Saudi Arabia. In 2018, Ghanaian digital activists launched Bring Back Our Tar Girls to put pressure on police to investigate and act upon the kidnapping of 3 young women. In 2019, in Ethiopia, 18 students were kidnapped by an unidentified armed group that during while they are trying to flee from a conflict around the Dambidolo University. That also was another hashtag. And then in 2020, Western Sahara and Sahrawi community used Bring Back Our Sahrawi to appeal for a free return of their community members from a refugee camp in Algeria. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I forgot to put it there. I think in 2020, Nigerian citizens also again launched Bring Back Our Boys campaign after an armed men abducted over 300 boys in secondary school. So what this actually data looks like on a mapping is this. As you can see, it started in one country, but actually the vibration of the movement was spreading throughout the continent. It's unfortunate that the mapping is very simplistic and direct because we didn't do the work of multidimensional views of how these movements are happening between places. And then what provokes the connection between the each countries and what to make sense of. For example, I always wonder about traits like child abduction. I think most places were about young girls and young boys being abducted. The other trade of the conversation that I have seen, even from the limited data that I have, is how continuously all governments in these countries have failed the citizens. And the third that I have seen is in all of this, either the kids are not come back to their families or died, or only few get to be back to their families. And this kind of conversation can be really articulated much more if we get to see the online data as an archive, as something that we could trace back and work with. And I'm saying that with the full knowledge of we even have a very reserved access to this data, but at least knowing that we have a connection with such hashtag movements is another thing to celebrate. Another movement that I wanted to share with you is Total Shutdown. I think Sia has mentioned it yesterday. In August, I think Total Shutdown first thing started with Christmas Fall, but concretely in 2018, there was a South African nationwide protest against an alarming rate of violence against women and rape in the country. The rally took place in 8 provinces in South Africa, and there was a solidarity march in Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, Swaziland, and Zimbabwe. In January 2019, Zimbabwean activists launched Zimbabwe shutdown against the protest was against the rape of women by Zimbabwean army and security forces. In 2019, feminist organizations and collectives such as Feminist in Kenya mobilized a protest under a hashtag of Total Shutdown K. Against femicide and violence against women in Kenya. The demonstration was held in Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu. And in 2020, there was a rally in February and October, actually, in Namibia, again, calling on against the kidnapping and raping and murdering of women. And I think the Total Shutdown has been continuously happening in the African continent in different places. Again, I don't have access. Many of us don't have access to actually capture these data. But the point is that the conversations seem to be happening in different countries organically. And that is one thing to pay attention to. In a graphic way, it looks like this. You can see that the SADC area, actually most countries have picked up the Total Shutdown movement and have been in conversation with each other. And then Kenya is being part of the conversation too. And again, the similarity of the conversation is violence against women, rape against women, and femicide is being conversation. And again, if we get to work with the data as an archive and really trace back as to why people pick it up and the stories that emerged from there would have been an interesting thing. The point I want to make here by mentioning this movements and showing you this map is actually to say that acknowledgement of reciprocity and transfer of feminist knowledge within the African continent is really underdeveloped. This involves under-theorized and neglect topic areas that focuses on how feminist movements in one African country grows and transfer to another African country. With this, I want to go to the third point that I wanted to make, which is knowing that we have these challenges in mind, and I know I just mentioned only 2, and there are many, many more. I want us to think about then what how do we work with what is possible? Or who are we in conversation with? Feminist analysis of digitization should not solely focus on the power of social media and the internet. I think this is where distraction is. Rather, it should concern itself with particularly African feminists use social media. I think on this, it is therefore a daunting task to analyze the contributions of internet or technology for African feminist movements only with terms of binary framing, it's good or bad. And I think this was also provoked by Jen Bennett yesterday as one of the questions that she was asking. And instead, it is significant that we continue to engage with the interplay between existing patriarchal, neo-colonial structures on one hand, and creative use of technology with such an excitement on the other. Only when we can do that, that we can then see and scrutinize power relations and expose the limitations of digital communications as characteristically seen in how it delegitimized feminist activism and marginalized issues, specifically on what happens to the body, embodied experiences in this context. It also means that alternative digitalization and feminist future without a strong civil society organizations, a strong activist network organizations, and feminist networking, it's actually unimaginable. This demands a critical and contextual analysis of how the African continent is in our time and how it is looked in the internet time. I'm dividing our time, like the human time with internet time differently. I want to explain a bit on that. If you remember in her keynote, Nangela mentioned that the sidelining and invisibilizations of what is currently happening in Kenya in the digital world or by international media and other platforms. Almost it made it look like there is no struggle in Kenya and the struggle in Kenya is over. But that would not change the fact that people are still being killed and Kenyans are still protesting. And as an Ethiopian, I am also very much aware of how the war in Ethiopia had at one point in time occupied regional and international attentions, but now it is no more. This does not mean that Ethiopia is a peaceful country and safe for its citizens. That's actually not. In fact, state violence is alive and well. Violence against women continues. There is still an active war in Ethiopia. Migration is at its highest. People who migrated to Sudan to escape the war are actually now migrating back to Ethiopia or Kenya, again for the second time, escaping another war. I'm raising these issues to say that if we are basing our movements and political awareness on internet time, or digital visibility or relevance through those kind of time conceptions, then we are actually doomed. Because internet time works hand in hand with what generates traffic, therefore generates money and profits for the big companies. In our collective thinking, when we measure what is possible, we should consider the overall political significance of the digital activism, the social political impact, the movement and embodied experience of individuals and the collectives. Since we are talking about possibilities, I think it is important that we recognize and confront geopolitical context realistically. So it will help us to frame our work in conversation with our communities. From my perspective, at least we must have to be cognizant of two basic realities. The first one is there is still a digital divide and gap in access to technology. This reality is a constant reminder that even though digital platforms provide alternative space and promises to have technology access and skills, this is not still generally available to everyone. Hence, technology is not inclusive, which led us to think about class difference in the African continent too, to say that how class actually plays a crucial role in determining who is on the digital spaces in deciding future of the country or the movement. This actually has been mentioned in the Friday morning panel discussions, and that's actually is a great reminder. And for me, then one of the main reasons why our movements tend to be elitist with a weaker connections on the grassroots is one. And why our strategies need to be different from a ready-made prototypes that we are bombarded by on everyday basis through algorithms. It also demands us to be uh, conscious and move between stepping back and reflect on our context, reconnect with activists on the ground, build collectively from a decolonial feminist perspective, and engage and learn from the process. The second thing that we need to be very much cognizant of is these assumptions or promise that technology advancement facilitates this decentralization or decentralized expansions of communication systems or public participation is a lie in many ways, because all of a sudden the assumption is because of the access, then you have inclusiveness, autonomy, agency, empowerment, and marginalized communities and activists becoming agents of political change all of a sudden. This is especially witnessed. I disagree with this because it has been witnessed in contemporary transnational feminist movements in which global north continue to be seen as an expert in initiating and shaping struggles, including those in the global south. Tech-related feminist knowledge transfer from Africa to the global north is still ignored. And history of southern-led movements get appropriated or replaced. But continuously, what I see is African women's struggle and knowledge can easily get replaced and erased as we move. So then the nudge here is perhaps for us to redirect our gaze to where we are most effective and clearly define who we are in conversation with and can be so that we can be more useful and might also be, we find a way to unstack ourselves from the promise of structural transformations of the technological world for Africans. As a way of concluding, and I'm almost done, I'm sorry if I am out of time, I'm trying my best, sorry. As a way of, As a way of concluding, I want to say that while theorization of digitalization is useful in making intersectional link between African feminism and digital movements, the concern is to think about how different levels of information communication practices and mobilization techniques intersect and lead to the emergence of a particular form of feminism or feminist activism. And as such, I think the following are three important things to keep in mind. The first one is we must invest time and energy to understand the significance of the Pan-African and transnational feminist movements and the potential to reciprocity of mobilization strategies, ideological similarities, and knowledge productions that prioritize African politics over neoliberalism and globalization. The second one is when addressing the politics of location within transnational feminism, it is very important to look for aesthetic formations of regional feminist movement organizations to avoid repeating historical and current geopolitical privilege and privileged and power relations. The invitation here is also to move beyond seeing fragmented movements as site-specific response to localized challenge, and instead to collectively strategize a Pan-African constellation of political energies and knowledge creations. Lastly, and this is very important for me, it's we should not undermine and forget that digitization has also contributed to the political need and strategy of African imagination of the self and the collective, which opened a way of defining African identities in their historical, political, and cultural diversities. For instance, the ironic Africa is a country has become a well-known African response to the global media that thrives on a narrative that intentionally ignores and misrepresents diverse African histories, cultures, and politics. We see many videos of young people creatively producing wonderful political humor, unveiling the absurdity of colonial gaze that considers the entire continent as a single country, and particularly developmental models that homogenize Africa image as helpless victims in transnational relations. Such digital resistance against homogenic Western knowledge production, multi-layered explorations of African feminist social and political concerns, and most importantly, self-styling of African identity in transnational feminist movements, and more activities like this will determine the autonomy, agency of African women and the LGBTI community in general. And I hope we collaboratively produce or build such kind of movements from a Pan-Africanist feminist space. And with that, I am thankful. Thank you very much. And I hope I was not tired. I was keeping the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tigist, for that very interesting keynote and all of these ideas. I think what you're saying about livability is so radical, especially in this era that we're living in, where there's so many crises. We're talking AI here, digitalization, but there's also other crises. And I think one of the things that people have been referring to a lot at this conference is the war, what's happening in Palestine, but also the ecological crisis, something that's come up. What I find very striking in what you were saying also is how, when we're talking about livability, these livable futures that you're nudging us to consider, is how actually people are having to fight for it. It's not something that's coming automatically. People are struggling, and the connections you're drawing between the movements in different parts of the continent. And then to the point you were raising about expanding our analytical frame, I want to draw people's attention to a current issue by Feminist Africa, and the issue is Africa's 21st century feminist struggles. I think it also draws, it also highlights what you were talking about, the historical and current struggles, but also thinking about struggles that are connected around the continent. So I want to draw people's attention to that issue. I think there are lots of copies also outside that you may find very interesting to read through, so please do grab copies. With that, we're going to open it up for a Q&A to engage with Tigist lecture. We have about 20 minutes, so not a lot of time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 rounds, maybe 3 questions and then 3 questions, and we're going to close. Thank you, Tigist, and questions, comments to engage with Tigist lecture. One of the questions that people have been raising, Tigist, in the past couple of days, and you may want to also just reflect a little bit on that, is the question of who is we. That's something that people have been raising these past couple of days. And as you're concluding, you were talking about the need for us to reimagine. And I just thought it was interesting that you are again using the we in what you were nudging us to think about. There's mics that are roving around, Mjiba over there. I don't know if there are any other hands in the room. Okay, before Mjiba, there is Kumba Ture online who would like to speak. So Echo, do you want to just allow Kumba to pose a question, and then we'll come to Mjiba, and there's another hand at the back. Echo? Okay, Kumba, you've been unmuted. You can just ask your question.
Hello, just greetings. It's not really a question, just happy to be here, even though I'm so far. Just wanted to connect with everyone from Popengin and making sure that, we can share all of this with so many people I think need this conversation. That's all. We are entering soon the Feminist Summer University for Francophone West Africa just in few days. And I'm figuring out how to get a lot of the rich conversation that I've been here to that space also, because there is such a distance many times between us because of the language barriers. Thank you.
Thanks, Kumba. Mjiba?
Yes, thank you so much. And good morning, everyone. And thank you to our speaker for this very interesting and sort of weaving keynote. One of the things that struck me is this question of, a livable future. And I think it's in line with questions of agency and how are feminists engaging with one's agency while still acknowledging the challenges that women face, right, globally as global African women. And so for me, I mean, I don't know if it's really a question, more so a just acknowledgement that this notion of a livable future perhaps is the way in which we should be thinking about feminist, scholarship and feminist activism, sort of in as we move forward, i.e., as folks are, writing or on the streets with many of these movements. I was just on Twitter that that in Ghana, there's a march. They're calling it the Gen Z March, but there's a march plan for like, July 31st through August 6th, and there's pushback from the state, right? But in many of these marches, there's a question about what we're against, but what are we for? What livable future do we want? And so I think this keynote, got me thinking critically about, as we're talking about what we're against and what the challenges are, we also need to be thinking about the livable future, right? Where we want to go and how we're going to shift the current society in which we're living in. So that's just something that was coming to my mind throughout this keynote. Thank you.
Mubarak, please go ahead.
Thank you, Tigris. Mani just wanted to, what does she mean by these localized challenges? Are they emerging challenges faced by feminists locally that she categorized them as specific localized challenges? Thank you.
Before we go back to Tigis, any other questions in the room?
Thank you. I think mine is also in relation to, I was also struck by that sort of in her concluding remarks, that aspect of the localized feminist movements. And I think in many ways, I liken it to the different, for example, liberation or Pan-Africanist movements across the continent, for instance. And sort of like you realize that in terms of Pan-Africanism, the different liberation movements or struggles across the continent also contribute to the the continental cause of Pan-Africanism. And in a way, they also ought to be recognized and then incorporated into the entire, like a bigger Pan-African movement. So that they're not held as just, isolated occurrences. So I just wanted to find out maybe what kind of recommendation she has for the feminist movement to ensure that some of these localized, for instance, movements are later on incorporated into one bigger movement, especially in the digital age, and how we can be able to harness on those successes, that happen in different locations to be able to grow the movement a lot stronger. Thanks.
Great. Can we have a microphone here?
Thank you very much, Tigis, for such an inspiring keynote. Something you said really grabbed me, which is this idea that we should not mark our movements by their visibility online. And I think it's an implied critique or question about this idea of digital feminisms. Yesterday, I was chairing a panel which talked about digital feminisms, and I was asking the panelists to reflect on this idea because it seems to separate out our movements as though some are digital and some are not. And our recent work on 21st century movements suggested more of a continuum in the use of digital technologies than a distinct approach to feminist struggles that is digital and one that is not. So I wanted to hear more about your reflections on this issue, particularly because you also talked about feminist digitalization, which I think is a different way of thinking about what's going on the continent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Tigist, I'll hand over to you. You can turn on your camera so that people also get to see you. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all the questions and comments. Very grateful. So I think I want to start with who is we. It's actually a very scary question because I always ask who are we not, specifically from a Pan-Africanist feminist perspective. I define myself as an African feminist, and I know there are feminisms, and I know all those diversities. We are divided within, national, even regional, and class, ethnicity, and all that kind of divisions. But at the same time, there's something about Pan-Africanist view that calls us into becoming one with all our diversities, with all our divisions and all that. So for me, as a Black woman who is from Africa and who is very much interested in African politics, really, really obsessed with African politics, we comes from there. But not with the assumption that because I said we have to be in agreement, but rather I'm saying we because I am an African, I see you in Africa, and I recognize you, kind of we. So it's very open for diversity. It's very open for disagreements or differences. Yes, that's the word. It's very open for differences. It has to be open, obviously. But at the same time, it's also invites into becoming into this Pan-Africanist space with all that complexity. I hope I do it justice, but oftentimes the cynical person in me asks, "We are we not?" And I don't know how to answer that. Thank you for the comments and suggestions around the idea of livable future. And I think I'm also trying to figure it out. And I don't want to also guard into this space of binarism and say like, whatever the rest of it is not livable, so it's not feminist. I don't want to get there. But I also want to be conscious of how I am feeding energy to my own research questions or my movements or my encounter with the digital space or even outside in any of feminist networks. I want to re-articulate my engagement in a very different way. And I think Livable Future can be one of the instruments one can use. But I hear you in terms of listening to the conversation and being, not only excited, but also thinking like, maybe we should think about it this way. And yes, so much it is also about agency, but not as an agency, a registered thing, but rather seeking agency from whatever thing that we're trying to bring in. In some places, my experience is that there are places where you enter into where there is no agency, but you work your way around creating that for you. And in many instances, the digital space can be that, specifically for Black and African feminists. We kind of make it our own, creating life into it. When we know that in many places, in many ways, the space is not even welcoming, but then you make it yours, and then you try to work with it work around it with the the intention to make it livable for you, because you have to be there and you have to work as anyone else. So there's something about that life-giving gesture that I see from Audrey's intervention. And definitely this is not a very crafted thing, because I'm also still thinking about it. And I hope I will try to write through the process of engagement with Feminist Africa on it, and also really think about it as a discourse too. So inshallah, we'll see. Localized challenge, I'm sorry that if I was misunderstood. I did not mean to say localized as in boundaried. Rather to say, this was actually provoked by the conversation that we were having with digital economy conversations, specifically on movements that are happening in Kenya, in Nigeria, in countering the Uber companies. And something about that was a bit difficult to listen to, because one can immediately see how fragmented the movement is. I mean, both countries are addressing an organization that is one organization that is Uber, but at the same time, they are coming into from different places. And I wonder if that's not only Kenya and Nigeria, but if the other countries coming to the table and having a conversation with Uber companies, I think there is a much more leverage in terms of coming with collective energies and to creating some movement in that sense. I'm not trying to dismiss the fact that the activism that has been done in each country cases and the struggle that is there is not relevant. I think they are very relevant. But if we listen carefully to the struggles of the movement builders around being asked multiple questions around, one time they'll tell you, you are too many, can you be one? And then another time they ask you, well, okay, now that you are one, can we do this? All this kind of back and forth conversation can be in some ways resulted with knowing that there is this fragmentation that is at the economy of, or that is an advantage of the company outside. So I'm just giving you that one example, and we can find many others. And so for me, the invitation or the provocation was for us to think a way to move beyond, not dismiss, but really as you are building your own movement, to also figure out a way to think about what if it could escalate to somewhere. Because what I see is actually, even without us doing it, it happens. Like bringing back our girls and total shutdown, it actually happened. You could see it. I don't think we were thinking on, at least from a South African perspective, and something that I was very much closer to, I don't think people were thinking about, oh, this is going to be going to other countries. I think it was like localized issue that was happening, and then the reaction to what is happening in that specific moment. The same thing that is happening in Kenya. But then all of a sudden you see other countries being interested, inspired, and taking it on. And so we have to learn and shift our thinking around, okay, whenever we pick some things, I think it would be good to think about this might have a potential to move forward to something else. With that mindset, then we become much more open to designing movements that are Pan-Africanist in their own inception. I take a note of the second similar question that was asked, and I think that was very well articulated for me. And I recognize you in your questions, and I think it's very powerful when you say in the African continent, different liberation movements were actually contributed to the Pan-Africanist post-colonial state that we have now. I think that's very true, and it's very important. And I think that is also what I'm trying to imply in the sense that we have to figure out a way to make movements from a Pan-African space. And sometimes, even when we didn't, and it happens like it happened in Bring Back Our Girls or Total Shutdown, to actually pay attention in tribute and record it. Because there are countries who write this kind of things as books and have exhibitions or write, so many things can happen. I think we're not paying attention to what is happening in front of us. And implicitly, I'm saying also we are so much engaged with the global south and the ways in which global south is, and there is a distraction. That's also another thing I guess I'm trying to get at. but to think about how we can move and centralize our attention in the African issues. And of course, while we are engaging with what's happening outside, but still have build our muscles in terms of having a digital constellation of Pan-Africanist movement. I guess that's where I'm heading at. Again, it might not be as articulated as your questions were, but that is what my suggestion is. And I think the examples are also very clear. I think if we could go back to other movements, for me at least, for this specific speech, I kind of put on Bring Back Our Girls and to Touch It Down. And I think we can create on others. And the immediate urgent thing that I see is this conversation with Uber companies or digital economy conversation in the African continent that is starting, and many interesting companies, I mean, researchers and advocates are coming into the space. And I think there has to be a Pan-Africanist view into it to think about with this outsourcing labor economy conversations and digital economy conversation, because I think it has been throughout the African continent, and the engagement could be much more powerful if we come together into that space. I think that's another important thing that I see in as an immediate interest that I have also in exploring. The other question was very important also around, and thank you for that, because of the time I didn't also get to talk about it very in detail. And so yes, for me, more recently, with all the things that we figured out about shadow banning, taking out some of the hashtag movements and misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, and all those kind of things that we've been experiencing, one of the things that I'm learning is actually we cannot only depend on the valuing our movements based on the currency it has on the digital spaces. I don't think that is conducive enough anymore. And I think it hasn't been, but there are places where I see like people measuring it with that. And I understand knowing that internet time, as I described it, it's very quick. 1 week you have Kenya everywhere, and the next week nothing is happening. Yeah, I will finish it up. And so let me just finish this one and then go. And so there is something about is happening around thinking of visibility with being on the digital space, and I think that is very important, and it's very economical and we need it. But at the same time, I think there has to be something that is concretely happening when it is not, and we have to find a way to actually work on it. That's what I meant by feminist digitalization. I don't know if you pay attention how right now feminists from Kenya have actually started writing content, producing content when they know that there is much more attention given on Kenya. And then you see that people do the work, because even though there is a push or being sidelined and visibilized in that sense, the same thing I see in the Ethiopian context too, that people keep on talking about the war, even when there is nothing when there is no sensationalization or hype that moves it. You kind of have to have the politics intact in you to move it forward. And that is where the work is, really when building the critical mass so that you can actually move with or without the visibility of the hype of the online space. And that is one of the works that we need to do. And I think that's what I mean, digitalization of feminist digitalization is like to really do the critical work as we go along, and knowing that internet time is very subjective in many ways. I hope I try to answer, and time is not in my...
Yeah, thank you so much,
Okay.
Tigist. Thank you so much for responding to all those questions, and also for all the provocations that you've provided us with. I think also what you are doing is to answer a question that was posed a couple of days ago about what is to be done with all of this, right? And I think ending it on livable futures, and that quote by Audre Lorde, really, really great. Thank you so much. We don't actually have time for another round, unfortunately. We have a session that's supposed to start that should have started a minute ago. So I'm going to close the session and we can continue the conversations during a lunch break or a later tea break. But I'm going to hand over to the next chair, Please join me, though, in thanking Tigist for that very interesting lecture. And I'm going to hand over to Karina, who's going to chair the next session and invite all the speakers to the front for the next session. Thank you so much, everyone. Unfortunately, today, tea break is not after the keynote. It's after the panel that's coming up. So if I can invite the panel to come up and Karina, the chair, to come and chair the session. Are you chairing it? Akoso, are you chairing it? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I saw, but I saw Akoso standing up. Amrita, you can come to the front. I'll bring it. You want to charge? Okay, I'll bring it now. We're going to have to charge Amrita's computer. Do you want to sit here? There's a charge in front of you. Oh, okay. Hey? Okay, great.
Bom dia. Bom dia. Good morning. Can I please have everyone back in their seats? Se pudermos voltar aos nossos lugares, por favor. Oi, Lizzie. Peço, por favor, que voltemos aos nossos lugares. Just giving people time to make their way back to their seats. And I hope everyone had enough time in this short, unprogrammed break to get what they needed. If it was water, tea, snacks. Short, unprogrammed break. I'll just ask for the door at the back to be closed. Obrigada. Bom dia, mais uma vez. O meu nome é Karina Ubis Capitine. Eu estou aqui como moderadora deste painel que vamos ter agora e também curadora da exposição que temos ali fora. Eu gostaria de agora de convidar para se juntarem a mim para este painel 4 pessoas que são as pessoas que venceram o concurso lançado para a exposição que temos lá fora, que vão se juntar aqui para fazermos este painel. Então, por favor, Evelise, Canissani, Adélio e Aparício, juntem-se a mim, por favor. Eu gostaria de pedir uma salva de palmas só para lhes receber bem. Boas-vindas. Queria só confirmar quem é que está a fazer timekeeping. Sou eu. Sou eu. Ok, maravilha. Era só para confirmar. Sim. Então, este painel, mais uma vez, é sobre arte, né? Estamos estes dias todos nesta conferência a conversar sobre digitalização, inteligência artificial, futuros feministas. E temos estas 4 pessoas que se juntam a nós hoje para também conversar sobre isto, mas numa outra perspectiva, sobre uma outra lente, de um outro lugar. A linguagem que eles trazem é a linguagem da arte, mas cada uma destas pessoas é versada em várias línguas. Temos aqui pessoas com formação em direito, temos aqui pessoas que estão em academia, que também participam desta dinâmica de publicações, de escrita. Temos aqui também quem trabalha com tecnologia de informação e comunicação. E este painel é um pouco esta multicitude que é o movimento feminista, que é a arte, que é a vida, de modo geral, né? Somos camadas, somos diversidades e um tema que tem sido frequente, ou uma reflexão que tem sido frequente estes dias é esta binariedade, onde é que nós nos encontramos, como é que nós vemos a binariedade a que o ocidental, o capital, o colonial nos chama a ocupar, né? Moderno, tradicional, tecnológico ou artesanal. E nós aqui, se calhar, estamos a tentar desconstruir um pouco disso. Somos várias coisas, vou apresentar assim, tanto que eu nem vou ler biografias, eu não queria limitar as pessoas que estão aqui, né? Elas são tudo o que elas são e quero que elas possam se apresentar como qualquer coisa que surgir aqui. E também a nossa discussão vai ser um pouco disso, vai ser um pouco em todos estes espaços, vai existir em todos estes espaços. Não há um tema específico que nós vamos trazer, uma abordagem específica. São 4 pessoas que existem de várias formas, vem o mundo de várias formas e cada uma vai trazer várias perspectivas sobre este tema. Então, temos aqui estes 4 artistas que são os vencedores do prémio. Lá fora, durante esses dias, estivemos eu espero que estivemos a apreciar a arte que está lá fora. Estivemos? Ih, está fraco, estou a duvidar. Ok, obrigada. A apreciar a arte. Obrigada. A apreciar a arte que temos lá fora. E este é um movimento que eu pessoalmente considero revolucionário. Eu também existo num espaço que é uma multitude. Estou aqui hoje como artista, como curadora, mas também tenho a minha passagem pela academia, que muito felizmente é onde eu conheci uma vertente muito linda do feminismo e da arte, que é de poder usar a arte no meu ativismo, poder usar a arte no passar conhecimentos. Muitas vezes a academia é um espaço elitista, é um espaço fechado, é um espaço que não permite que toda a gente possa interagir e levar a sua voz. E eu descobri que a arte era uma forma de aproximar pessoas a ocupar este espaço. E é o que está a acontecer aqui com a arte. Temos outras pessoas que, se calhar, de outra forma não estariam aqui, né? De outra forma não estariam sentadas a trazer o seu ponto de vista, que não é nem mais nem menos válido, é só diferente, é só mais um outro. E então eu quero com tudo isto dizer que preparem-se para uma viagem, que vai ser esta conversa que vamos ter agora. Este silêncio me preocupou. Estão preparados para esta viagem? Ok. Ok, maravilha. Então, eu vou só deixar que cada uma das pessoas que está aqui pegue o microfone, diga o nome, que é para vocês também ouvirem as outras vozes, por favor.
Olá, muito bom dia. É uma honra estar aqui e poder participar em algo tão grande. O meu nome é Evelise Alfândega. Eu, aqui, nesse espaço, estou a representar-me a mim mesma como artista, mas eu sou estudante de Direito, ainda não sou formada, mas sou estudante de Direito. Sou também ativista social, sou defensora de direitos humanos, sou embaixadora de algumas organizações não governamentais cá em Moçambique, que defendem sobre os direitos humanos, os direitos das crianças, e agora, mais recentemente, consigo desempenhar essas funções também no campo digital, que tem uma intrínseca relação com a inteligência artificial e este todo o desenvolvimento das tecnologias, né? Então, sou todas estas coisas, mas a principal é aquela que eu quero transmitir para vocês, que é a minha arte. Então, vou entregar agora.
Muito obrigada.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. Bom, o meu nome é Aparício José Cunica e sou licenciado em literatura moçambicana e agora estou a fazer mestrado de Sociologia em Gestão de Desenvolvimento. Bom, não sei se agora quem fala é o Aparício ou o artista, mas nesse exato momento convido a minha parte artística a fazer, a desfilar a sua classe. Bom, sou um artista emergente, tenho trabalhado constantemente usando materiais de reciclagem como forma de expressar os meus anseios, as minhas preocupações, e isso também tem influenciado muito no meu desempenho a nível acadêmico, porque acabo percebendo que a ciência não está muito distante da realidade da arte. Então, são esses subsídios que eu tenho coletado na academia e no Chapa ao longo da minha jornada diária que eu consigo sintetizar e trazer uma arte que espelha não só a área moderna, mas também tenta resgatar o passado. É essa convergência de ideias que eu tenho trabalhado e pretendo mostrar isso com o meu trabalho. Obrigado.
Obrigada.
Este é mais fofo.
Ok.
Bom dia. Eu sou a Cristina, assino os meus trabalhos como Kanisani. Eu sou estudante também universitária. Faço licenciatura em Engenharia, Tecnologia e Sistemas de Informação. E também estou a fazer uma licenciatura em ensino de inglês. Estou a estudar também Computer Network. E gosto das artes, gosto de pintar, gosto de fazer poesia, também gosto de cantar. E eu olho para a arte como remédio, algo que cura a alma, que dá uma paz que os humanos não podem dar. E uma hora estar neste lugar, aqui eu vim aprender muita coisa. Não só vim aqui como uma vencedora, né, sobre a minha obra, mas também vim colher várias experiências relacionadas com a minha área, que é a área de tecnologias, que é a área de inteligência artificial. E muito obrigada. Ela não quer o fofo, tá bom.
Eu vou assim mesmo. Bom dia. Meu nome completo é Adélio da Conceição Castelo Moça, mas imagino que seja muito difícil decorar isso tudo. Então, vou pela versão ali a cores. Adélio Castelo, é muito mais fácil encontrar informação. Bom, eu me considero um artista multidisciplinar. Eu sou formado em design pelo Instituto Superior de Arte e Cultura. E tenho estado a trabalhar em Moçambique no sentido de alavancar mesmo essa área de design, não só como uma área muito prática, mas também uma área científica, através de uma conferência que acontece anualmente, Design Conference, e será daqui a alguns dias, dia 15 de agosto, vamos ter a edição deste ano. Acontece online e também no formato presencial. Bom, fotografo, não só eventos sociais, não só pássaros que eu encontro pelas ruas, que são a minha paixão, mas também situações do dia a dia que eu acho que vale a pena reportar, porque encontro nessas formas de expressão artística um ponto de poder denunciar, de poder levantar debates sobre vários temas sociais. Sou ator de teatro pela Associação Cultural Coxanganheta, que é um movimento que foi criado no sentido de democratizar um pouco as artes, tirar as artes do centro da cidade e torná-las acessíveis para as pessoas que também não conseguem chegar à cidade todos os dias. Bom, acho que é a forma mais sintética que eu encontrei de poder apresentar-me, dizer que estou muito feliz de poder ter este contato, digamos até físico, com o feminismo, que era um tema que só conseguia ver assim de longe, e a compreensão era um pouco deficiente, podia assim referir. Estando aqui consigo entender um pouco mais de perto, estou feliz por isso.
Ficamos felizes que esteja a acontecer essa aproximação. E a primeira pergunta que eu vou fazer é um pouco nesse sentido. Vou passar para ti, Cristina, que é saber, estando aqui com as tuas vivências, com o teu background, que é especificamente a trabalhar com essas ciências tecnológicas, informação e comunicação, mas estando aqui como artista e acompanhar estas conversas todas, o que é que tu sentes ou o que é que tu levas como reflexões, o que é que tem te despertado curiosidade, quais são os teus pensamentos e sentimentos, o que é que tem mexido contigo destas conversas que tens acompanhado? Microfone fofo.
Thank you. Ok, respondendo à questão, estar aqui como artista e também como alguém da área da inteligência artificial ou das tecnologias, para mim é algo muito bom. A primeira coisa foi assim, eu cheguei aqui, está cheio de mulheres. I was like, ok, as mulheres também podem, porque na minha escola, onde estou a estudar na minha turma agora, estou a fazer a especialização em engenharia de software. E olha que lá eu sou a única menina. Provavelmente daqui a 2 semanas vai ter mais uma menina, mas eu era a única menina. Então, quando cheguei aqui, eu vi que, ok, as mulheres também podem. Algumas tiveram que apresentar alguns trabalhos e aquilo foi muito bom para mim. Me deu foi um impulso e me deu mais vontade de estudar, mais vontade de continuar a indagar mais essa área de inteligência artificial, essa área das tecnologias, porque eu costumo dizer que tem algumas áreas em que nós temos aqueles stereotypes que somente os homens é que entram mais, engrenam mais naquelas áreas. E para mim a área de tecnologias não foge à regra, assim como a área de engenharia eletrónica, mecânica e as outras coisas. Mas os anos vão passando, as coisas vão evoluindo e as coisas também vão mudando. Nós já temos mulheres que sabem programar, que fazem códigos, temos mulheres que são mecânicas, temos um monte de coisa. Então, estar aqui como artista, também olhando para a área de artista, sem fugir da questão, olhando para a área de artista, temos poucas, vou usar assim esse termo, poucas pintoras, mas eu sou uma mulher e pinto, e antes eram os homens que pintavam. Eu sou uma mulher e pinto também, e também estou nessa área de engenharia, inteligência artificial, tecnologias, e para mim é uma coisa muito boa. Me sinto, estou bem feliz por estar aqui mesmo, estou bem feliz por estar no meio das mulheres. Para mim aqui é diferente, não sou a única menina como na minha turma, tem outras mulheres também que entendem a mesma coisa que eu.
Tá, muito obrigada. A próxima pergunta que eu vou fazer é já nos trazendo para este espaço e o trabalho que vocês trazem. Bom, o tema da conferência é Digitalização, Inteligência Artificial e Futuros Feministas. E eu queria saber como é que vocês consideram que a vossa obra reflete ou dialoga com este tema, né? Não sei quem vai querer responder. Obrigada.
Okay. Obrigada. Mais uma vez, digo que é uma imensa honra estar aqui a apresentar uma obra. O tema da conferência, o que nós temos estado a tratar, a digitalização, a inteligência artificial, é de fato um tema muito emergente, um tema que para Moçambique, por exemplo, é novo. E a minha obra reflete um sentido de... A minha obra é uma fotografia e nós estamos aqui como feministas, estamos a fazer uma interseção sobre a inteligência artificial e nós como mulheres, como é que é o nosso posicionamento nisso. A minha fotografia retrata uma mulher que é representação de várias outras mulheres em toda a África, num estado em que a mesma se encontra, digamos, isolada e ao mesmo tempo manipulada pelos sistemas de inteligência artificial. E a minha obra reflete uma mulher num estado de angústia e num estado de dependência, num estado de exploração econômica, na medida em que os seus direitos são violados, porque não existe nenhuma proteção legal nessas plataformas em que as mulheres podem trabalhar. E a minha obra reflete muito sobre o que são as normas, o que é o direito, qual é a regulamentação para essas novas aplicações. Existem agora vários trabalhos na internet em que nós podemos aceder, porém não existe nenhuma proteção para a pessoa. Estamos lá como pessoas invisíveis, né? Então, eu olho muito no lado dos direitos, da igualdade, até que ponto nós podemos questionar se verdadeiramente as pessoas, as mulheres, estão a ser, digamos, abraçadas pela igualdade. Nós utilizamos, no campo do direito, nós utilizamos uma expressão que significa discriminação positiva. A discriminação positiva significa tratar igual o que é igual e diferente o que é diferente. Portanto, nós sabemos que, nos termos da lei, o homem e a mulher são iguais, porém aqui nós temos de estabelecer ou terem noção que a mulher, por conta do estigma, por conta do contexto social, por conta da sua própria natureza, ela deve ser tratada diferente até o ponto de ter direitos iguais. Então, nós devemos sempre abraçar a mulher como alguém que tem posicionamento, alguém que tem uma identidade na sociedade, até ao ponto desses direitos estarem convergentes e serem, de certa forma, justas. Então, a minha obra reflete sobre muito isso, sobre como é que nós podemos abraçar os direitos, como é que podemos não permitir com que ideais neocoloniais possam vir e manipular a mulher, no sentido em que ela pode aceitar tudo porque ela está numa posição de dependência. mas sim nós estabelecermos um ponto em que a mulher tem identidade, a mulher é africana, a mulher pertence em um local que é conhecido, e se é conhecido merece a proteção, merece a defesa de direitos, e por isso é uma identidade já própria. Então, tal como o homem, tal como a mulher aqui colocando já numa supremacia, porque estamos a falar sobre feminismo, é necessário colocar sempre os direitos a par disso. E pronto, a minha perspectiva é essa, e já está, né?
Okay,
obrigada.
Obrigada. Podes passar, por favor, obrigada.
Ok. Mais uma vez, muito bom dia. Bom, eu sou o dono da obra de escultura intitulado A Tecnologização do Amor Contemporâneo. Bom, esse trabalho é fruto de uma reflexão muito profunda, olhando para a nossa sociedade. E é nessa perspectiva também que pude ter contato com um poema de José Craveirinha intitulado Civilização, onde o mesmo discute a questão da civilização, do processo de desenvolvimento tecnológico, o que é que isso tem feito ao nível social. E uma parte interessante desse poema é que ele, no fim, ele diz que hoje em dia nós fazemos amor com o relógio no pulso. Isso para dizer que antigamente não existia todos esses artefatos, toda essa tecnologia até nos momentos íntimos. Mas hoje em dia nós fazemos amor com o relógio no pulso. E na minha obra tento ir mais além, trazendo o telemóvel. Não sei se conseguem ver a obra. Nós temos ali, eu retrato na obra um momento íntimo, mas nós podemos perceber também que a ligação entre os dois tem os auriculares e o telemóvel, até no momento íntimo. Então, essa é uma espécie de uma crítica social olhando para essa tecnologia. Esse trabalho é feito de materiais de reciclagem, não tem nenhuma pintura, tudo aquilo que está ali é feito na base de latas, panelas e cápsulas. Algumas latas que estão aqui, que nós usamos, posso até recolher para fazer outras obras. Isso para dizer que é um trabalho que não usei muita tinta, procuro não usar tinta nos meus trabalhos, procuro reciclar, reaproveitar todos esses materiais. Relacionando com o tema, nós vamos conseguir perceber que é uma espécie de crítica social. Até que ponto a tecnologia pode interferir no seio da nossa família, no seio das nossas relações íntimas e muito mais. Obrigado.
Obrigada. Vamos continuar, mas depois voltamos para ti, Lizzie, para podermos ver a tua imagem. Depois voltas a falar mais um bocadinho. Obrigada.
Ok, acho que agora vou eu. Eu talvez apresentaria a obra começando por uma questão para todos nós. Quando estávamos sempre do outro lado a acompanhar as apresentações, uma das perguntas que a Lizzie fazia sempre ao apresentar-se o perfil de cada uma das painelistas que por aqui passou: estudaram quando? Quando é que tiveram esse tempo todo para fazer esse perfil todo? E, no fundo, a questão é mesmo esta: para criarem esses perfis todos que apresentaram aqui, enquanto as pessoas tiveram que se dividir ao mesmo tempo. E é com base nessas reflexões que fui trabalhando o conceito desta obra, desta fotografia, que mais do que o resultado de um clique, poderia ser assim referir, é o resultado da observação que venho fazendo de um cenário interessante que vi lá em casa, onde tenho a minha mãe, que vem me criando já há muito tempo, sozinha, no sentido de estar a fazer o papel de pai e mãe. Ela vai trabalhar normalmente e agora está numa situação em que o tipo de trabalho dela mudou e exige que ela esteja tecnologicamente mais preparada. No entanto, percebo que aí há uma certa dificuldade da parte dela, tanto que várias vezes já marcamos sessões de aulas de informática básica. Não deram muito certo, mas ela vai fazendo a parte dela. De repente temos a modelo que aparece de uma outra realidade. Ela é tecnologicamente mais preparada, muito mais avançada. No entanto, quando se trata de situações já de tarefas de casa e por aí em diante, ela já não tem este mesmo preparo. No entanto, temos que colocar essas duas pessoas a conviver. Como é que nós, através desta abordagem feminista, conseguimos refletir o feminismo sem deixar de lado o contexto em que as pessoas estão inseridas? Sem correr o risco de deixar para trás tradições, talvez, dos contextos onde as pessoas estão inseridas. Num dos subtemas que vinha no contexto desta conferência, havia lá um tema que era relacionado a esta questão: que esforços estão as mulheres e as pessoas marginalizadas a evitar para formar comunidades de trabalhadores ou comunidades de solidariedade online para resistir a rendimentos e relações de trabalho exploradores. Então, com base nesta questão, fui tentando responder através desta obra, dizendo que, na verdade, elas multiplicam-se para poder fazer com que estes... Obrigado. Elas multiplicam-se para fazer com que esta sua voz seja conhecida. Não me recordo muito bem se foi no debate de ontem ou de antes de ontem. Estava cá uma painelista que falava, por exemplo, da situação de mulheres taxistas que não se sentem à vontade de trabalhar à noite pelos perigos óbvios que acontecem à noite. E a questão é, quando voltam para casa, será que só vão sentar-se? E eu acho que não, porque uma outra painelista também indicava a situação das mulheres estarem a explorar várias tecnologias digitais para fazer vendas online, para poder trabalhar online. E nesta situação nós encontramos esses aspectos todos. E penso que vou parar agora por aqui.
Muito obrigada. Cristina, Evelise, quem vai? Cristina, já tens o microfone na mão.
Ainda estou à espera do meu bebê ali.
Mas podes começar a
Ok.
descrever, vai-nos descrevendo, deixa-nos com a imagem visual do teu bebê. Como é que é o teu bebê e como é que tu chegaste a responder a esta chamada para artistas com a arte que apresentaste aqui?
Ok, bom, o meu bebê chama-se Circuits of Hope. São circuitos de esperança na língua portuguesa. Está ali, olhem bem para ele. Chama-se Circuits of Hope, que são circuitos de esperança na língua portuguesa. Que forma eu respondi para o tema da conferência. Só. Então, esta obra retrata uma mulher com a cabeça erguida, que é uma forma de mostrar determinação, que simboliza a força das mulheres em meio à complexidade do mundo digital. E eu trabalhei com um fundo multicolor, com cores frias e quentes também para mostrar a complexidade do mundo digital, e coloquei ali alguns circuitos e algumas engrenagens. Para tal, a gente deve saber para que servem os circuitos. Os circuitos servem para conectar dispositivos e as engrenagens são os componentes mecânicos que proporcionam transmissão de força, controle e velocidade. Então, nas engrenagens eu fui buscar o senso de força e nos circuitos fui buscar essa coisa de conexão para mostrar que com o mundo digital ou com a digitalização, com a inteligência artificial, nós podemos ter um futuro melhor com mulheres conectadas, com um futuro melhor com mulheres conectadas, com igualdade e com igualdade, Sim, e o que eu acho, meu Deus, a mulher vai ser. Ok. Então, esta é uma obra de celebração dos futuros feministas, né, com esse fundo dinâmico multifacetado. Eu criei essa obra com tintas acrílicas, e aí, assim, a figura da mulher, eu usei um tecido de capulana. O tecido é usado em África, é usado tradicionalmente aqui em Moçambique, mas o tecido não é africano. Esse tecido veio com os indianos, os árabes, então, na época da colonização. E o que aconteceu é que os africanos, ou seja, os moçambicanos, pegaram o tecido e começaram a adaptar ele à cultura deles. Por isso que muita gente acha que capulana é originalmente africano ou moçambicano. E é a mesma coisa que eu digo que pode ser feita com a inteligência artificial. Ontem estive numa sessão que falava do uso da inteligência artificial na educação, no ensino secundário. Então, a gente pode pegar a inteligência artificial e adaptar isto ao nosso contexto para a gente ter mais bons resultados, bons benefícios. A mesma coisa que aconteceu com a capulana ali, que foi pega e adaptaram, colocando estampas mais africanas. Por isso que muita gente acaba pensando que ela é originalmente africana, mas sim ela foi adaptada. E por que o tema Circuits of Hope? Eu vejo esta obra, eu coloquei esse tema de Circuits of Hope, porque eu vejo a inteligência artificial, a digitalização, como algo que traz esperança para um futuro melhor, alinhado com os objetivos feministas. A gente pode conseguir alcançar mais mulheres, pode mudar mais vidas, pode conectar-se e pode trocar ideias. Da mesma forma que a gente está aqui, eu conseguia fazer isto, concorrer para as chamadas artistas, através da tecnologia. Não foi algo presencial. E provavelmente o panfleto que eu vi online não foi feito cá, mas através da inteligência artificial eu consegui ter acesso a isso. E muito obrigada.
Obrigada. Voltamos para ti, só para agora podermos ver a tua obra e falares mais um bocadinho.
Ok. Vamos esperar a obra aparecer.
Ok.
Ou não, mas ok.
Aqui está.
Aqui está a minha obra, a minha fotografia. E pronto, como eu já dizia, agora vocês já veem uma ilustração da mulher que eu estava já aqui a dizer. Então, a obra tem como título Os Fios do Destino Feminista. Nós conseguimos ver que ela, por acaso, não sei se dá para reconhecer, mas quem está ali sou eu. Então, a artista também foi a modelo é artista. Então, quem está ali sou eu, e eu, assim como vocês, assim como as outras mulheres, encontram-se naquela situação, encontram-se como a imagem está. Então, os fios representam a inteligência artificial, os cabos representam a inteligência artificial, e existe ali uma analogia entre os fios do cabelo, das tranças, e os fios que representam a inteligência artificial, para dar um entendimento que a inteligência artificial acaba por esconder a identidade da mulher africana. E nós conseguimos ver uma contraposição também nas vestes dela, porque ela apresenta uma veste, a camisa branca, representa uma veste não de africanidade, mas uma veste dos países ocidentais, porém o seu coração é africano. Nós temos um olhar de um mapa de África no coração dela, e ao mesmo tempo ela está num estado de angústia, porque se ela trabalha em plataformas digitais, ela não é vista. Então, ela é obrigada a pegar as suas próprias mãos e esconder-se, porque ainda encontra independência do dinheiro, do rendimento, para poder suster a si mesma, assim como a sua família. E nesse todo o processo, ela não é reconhecida, ela não tem direitos, ela não pode se proteger. E nós conseguimos ver o papel assim ao fundo. O papel representa a legislação que o nosso ordenamento jurídico apresenta, e especificamente cá em Moçambique, a legislação, a lei de trabalho, só prevê o teletrabalho de forma muito ampla, porém o governo ainda não publicou o regulamento, o que fica muito estranho, porque sabemos que essas situações são atuais e o governo nada diz, e como é que nós podemos proteger as mulheres neste estado? E pronto, parece algo que não podemos ver, mas acontece. Existem mulheres, eu acabo por subir Yangos, que é o nosso Uber aqui em Moçambique. Existem mulheres que estão a arriscar as suas vidas todos os dias, que não têm necessariamente quantias muito elevadas nem para pagar o seu próprio combustível. Então, fica numa situação em que ela arrisca a sua vida porque não tem dinheiro, direito à proteção à saúde, não tem nenhuma compensação justa. Então, acabamos por colocar aquela legislação como um tipo de exploração econômica da mulher. Então, é basicamente isso. E pronto, muito obrigada. Agora já tenho o panorama já completo, né? Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada. Em breve vamos abrir para as questões, mas eu queria fazer a vocês mais uma pergunta, que é quando vocês têm o vosso background, têm a vossa prática artista, mas também têm o vosso outro lado, seja acadêmico ou profissional, quando vocês viram este call, esta chamada para este concurso, qual foi ou como é que foi o vosso processo de criação, né? Como é que vocês chegaram a escolher aqui? Acho que foi a Cristina que falou que canta, que faz diversas coisas, né? Mas escolheram cada um uma certa técnica, um certo ofício, uma certa forma. E houve todo um processo criativo para chegarmos aos resultados que nos apresentaram aqui. Então, eu queria saber como é que foi esse vosso processo, os vossos pensamentos, para chegarem ao que nos apresentaram aqui.
Então,
Sim,
como já estou
começar.
com o microfone, vou adiantar. Quando eu vi o vosso anúncio, a chamada, foi como eu posso dizer, foi uma chama de fogo no meu coração, porque eu trabalho como fotógrafa, vamos dizer, por uns 5 anos, mas com alguns intervalos. E quando eu vi a chamada, eu estava nesses intervalos em que eu não desempenhava fotografia durante muito tempo, e eu decidi fazer isso e trazer um pouco de mais interesse e motivação em trazer algo que eu pudesse contribuir de forma muito significativa para o vosso projeto, para a vossa organização. Então foi algo que disse-me, pronto, Evelise, vai, está na hora de tu continuares a fazer o teu trabalho, está na hora de tu contribuires, porque por conta da faculdade, por conta dos estudos, as outras coisas que nós temos, as paixões, acabam por ficar em segundo plano. E, portanto, ao desenvolver esse trabalho, eu não trabalhei sozinha, eu trabalhei com alguém. E quando estivemos aí na exposição, terei o prazer de apresentá-lo, ele ainda virá para aqui. Então, trabalhei em conjunto com outro artista e desenvolver esse conceito num primeiro momento. Eu já sabia o que eu queria fazer, eu sabia que eu queria juntar o meu curso com a minha arte, mas ao mesmo tempo trazia a minha própria identidade. Eu queria trazer a Evelise na foto, até porque já apareço, mas colocar-me nas posições dessas mulheres africanas. Eu acho que quando nós acabamos por colocarmos a nós mesmos nas situações dos outros, nós podemos já sentir o que realmente pode ser a dor do outro, e eu consegui meio que idealizar como é que eu posso mostrar alguém que está em pânico, alguém que não consegue se defender, como se fosse uma criança sozinha, né? Sem ninguém, sem nenhum pai. Então, eu tive de desenvolver esse conceito para me colocar na fotografia como uma mulher desesperada, como uma mulher sem nenhum amparo. E pronto, a minha fotografia, no tempo já mesmo de tirar as fotos, foi basicamente simples, mas ao mesmo tempo muito complexo. Eu tive não muitas dificuldades. A foto está em preto e branco porque eu queria transmitir uma temática mais dramática, uma temática mais, vamos dizer, no sentido de escravidão, né? Um pouco mais assim, digamos, terrível, no sentido de estar preto e branco. Mas a foto teve de levar muita luz, porque depois passou pelo processo de editagem e tudo mais. Eu tinha de já colocar a foto meio que escura para transmitir um tom mais de preto e branco e transmitir também a mulher africana na sua própria tonalidade. E pronto, como a foto está ali, eu tive de usar o meu mecanismo ou o meu instrumento para fotografias. Não são necessariamente as câmeras profissionais, eu uso o telefone. Eu acredito que os nossos smartphones são ferramentas incríveis para qualquer coisa. Então, eu utilizei o meu iPhone 11 para tirar esta fotografia e um pouco do meu tripé também, que eu tenho estado aqui a utilizar também na conferência para fazer alguns vídeos. Então, o tripé estava ali, eu estava assim. Então, o meu colega estava tipo, ok, fica assim, afasta um pouco. Então, eu utilizei esses instrumentos. E a parte da edição foi também um pouco complicada, porque eu até achava que a fotografia tem muita informação, mas eu queria transmitir essa informação. Então, eu disse, pronto, é melhor deixarmos assim. E acho que fica tudo bom para entendermos realmente todos os pontos que estão a ser aqui abordados e que merecem muita atenção. E pronto, foi basicamente isso. Obrigada.
Obrigada. Queria só enfatizar que nem todas as obras expostas foram criadas especificamente para a exposição. Então, se calhar eu reformulo a minha questão, que não é necessariamente qual foi o processo criativo, mas fazer esta ponte sobre, por um lado, se calhar criar ou ver o que já existia de criado que se adaptava ao que era pedido na chamada, né, para trazer a contribuição para esta conversa. Mas sim, a pergunta é essa. Por favor.
Eu sou um filho criado por uma mãe. A figura feminina na minha vida sempre foi de um ser heróico, porque ela foi mãe e pai ao mesmo tempo. Então todas as minhas criações artísticas, a imagem da mulher é divinizada. Então esse trabalho fez parte de uma exposição que eu fiz no ano passado, intitulado A Utopia de Madeira e Zinco, em que eu retratava a relação existente entre o passado e o presente, onde eu tento resgatar alguns costumes tradicionalmente moçambicanos, mas ao mesmo tempo que sofreram umas pequenas alterações ao nível tecnológico, ao nível social e ao nível político. Essa ponte ou esse movimento pendular que eu tento retratar todas as minhas obras, em que eu volto para o passado, mas procuro perceber o que é que tinha de melhor no passado e o que é que podemos resgatar isso para colocarmos no presente, porque nós vamos conseguir perceber que ao longo do tempo algumas práticas culturais, algumas línguas acabam entrando em desuso, posso assim dizer. Então, a mulher, para mim, é um ser divino. Quando eu recebi essa notícia, eu fiquei muito feliz, mas eu queria mesmo retratar a mulher no sentido mais atual, mais modernizada. Tenho outras obras que metade representa a mulher no passado, em que ela se vestia de capulanas, ainda tinha aqueles cabelos naturais, tudo mais, mas hoje em dia nós temos mulheres que têm próteses, isso, mas aquilo. Então, essa junção do antigo e do moderno acaba compilando uma forma nova de ser. Então, eu fui atualizar esse trabalho porque eu representava apenas o amor. Mas depois eu vi que eu podia trazer algo a mais. Então, tive a ideia de montar os auriculares, o telefone, como forma também de mostrar o que a tecnologia, qual é o impacto que a tecnologia tem na nossa sociedade. Ali nós temos as duas pessoas que estão conectadas. Ao longo das apresentações também pude perceber, numa das palestras, que é que a inteligência artificial é uma extensão do nosso pensamento. Então, são esses auriculares conectados aos nossos cérebros que acabam se estendendo para novas práticas, novas formas de ser. Então, é nessa forma que eu pensei e atualizei esse trabalho e concorri. Não porque tinha expectativa para ganhar, porque apenas submeti na esperança de alguma coisa, mas não sabia que eu poderia ser o vencedor. Quando eu recebi a notícia, eu fiquei muito feliz. Eu não sou muito de dançar, mas aquele dia dancei. Dancei muito. E me perguntavam o que está a acontecer. Eu digo, eu não disse porque que eu estava a dançar, porque eu não estava a acreditar na notícia. No final da dança, eles perguntaram o que aconteceu. Eu só entreguei telefone, porque nem palavras não estavam a sair. Então eles viram, eles também não acreditaram. Uau, você é sortudo. Nem tanto, parece que a arte falou mais alto, então é isso. Obrigado.
É isso, a arte fala mais alto, né? Sim. Sim, a pergunta era qual é que foi o processo de criação ou de seleção da obra, né? Após receber a chamada para este concurso. Qual foi o teu processo para veres como é que ias responder aquela chamada através das tuas técnicas, das tuas metodologias? Como é que ias responder aquelas questões através da tua arte?
Ok, muito obrigada. Então, depois de eu ter visto as chamadas de artistas, para mim vou dizer que foi slightly fácil para responder, porque eu como sou da área de inteligência artificial, então eu já tinha uma ideia sobre o tema digitalização, inteligência artificial e futuros feministas. No entanto, o único desafio ali era colocar aquilo no que eu gosto de fazer. Então, eu optei em pintar, em trabalhar aquilo num quadro. Para mim pareceu mais fácil colocar aquilo num quadro, mas depois percebi que eu estava enganada. Acho que teria sido melhor se eu tivesse feito uma foto, porque me deu muito trabalho. No entanto, a seleção dos materiais também levei em conta o tema da conferência, que é a digitalização, a inteligência artificial, futuros feministas, e fui procurar cores que estão mais chegados à tecnologia. Temos aí o azul também, um pouco de branco também, são cores que estão mais chegadas à tecnologia, e mais alguns elementos tecnológicos de algumas coisas que eu fui aprendendo no processo da minha formação. É tudo e mais nada. Oh, ele não quer um fofo, ok.
Bom, a Karina também questionava sobre o fato de tantas formas de expressão que nós temos, porque é que fomos escolher exatamente esta. Para mim ainda é difícil usar o design para me expressar, porque com este tempo todo de trabalho eu tenho estado a usar o design não para expressar o que eu sinto, mas para responder a solicitações. E responder a solicitações significa ir sentar e a pessoa que solicitou dizer não gostei dessa forma, troca aqui, transforma isto, aquilo, e a fotografia dava-me mais espaço para realmente conversar comigo mesmo, com o que sinto, com o que vejo, com o que quero transmitir, e com pouca interferência de quem iria realmente receber o produto. Já vinha trabalhando numa série fotográfica em que discuto a relação entre o digital, mais voltado agora para a inteligência artificial, e o divino, mais no sentido religioso. Vejo que nós estamos muito mais nos nossos smartphones, nos nossos celulares, e sim, aos finais de semana às vezes tenho recebido também reclamações em casa, senhora, igreja, mas ao voltar da igreja estou novamente conectado, às vezes até na igreja estou lá conectado. Então vinha discutindo um pouco essa questão, e quando chegou esta chamada foi ok, acho que dá para continuar esta discussão, mas talvez pensar numa outra abordagem. Agora, a questão principal era como transmitir esta ideia que eu tenho sem ter que demandar, digamos, muito esforço em termos de de equipamentos, materiais, estas coisas todas. Então, através da fotografia, numa técnica de longa exposição, onde temos a capacidade de, num clique, registrar várias situações. Então, fui montando o cenário todo e convidando a modelo a prestar atenção em cada um dos dispositivos que estavam disponíveis para ela. Cada dispositivo tinha uma temática diferente. Claro, isso ajudaria ela a ter a sua expressão muito mais voltada para cada dispositivo que lá estava disponível. E, de forma sintética, o resultado é este que estamos a ver. Para quem tiver a oportunidade de encontrar a obra física lá fora, poderá aproximar-se um pouco e vai encontrar muito mais detalhes do que estão visíveis agora, tanto em termos de movimento das mãos, expressão facial. Obrigado.
Obrigada. Se eu não estou enganada, temos mais 30 minutos de sessão. Então eu queria, se calhar, agora já abrir para perguntas e respostas. Queria só saber, porque nós aqui temos 4 artistas que são quem ganhou, quem ganharam, foram os que ganharam o prémio. Mas convidamos também os outros artistas que estão a expor. Queria só saber se há artistas em exposição que estão presentes em sala, que se possam identificar, por favor. Temos uma aqui. Maravilha, maravilha, maravilha. Então, por favor, fazer um convite. Mais logo temos um intervalo. Vamos poder ver a exposição, vamos poder interagir. Mas é isso. Vamos agora conversar, vamos fazer perguntas, vamos conversar. Por favor. Ok, já temos 3 perguntas. Sim, pode ser, mas era ali atrás.
Okay. Well, first of all, congratulations. This is a fantastic achievement, and I had the privilege to sit on the selection committee, and I'm just so pleased to see you all here and have you talk about your fantastic work. In any kind of artwork, I guess there's the perspective of the artist, and then there's the perspective of the viewer. And of course, one of our criteria was also we read feminism into your work. And so I was curious, actually, what a role feminism played for you as you were doing this work. I mean, were you thinking feminism? I don't have to repeat it. I think you got the question.
Não sei se ainda é bom dia. Ainda é bom dia. Não, em primeiro lugar, gostaria muito da Este fofo não está funcionando. Gostaria de agradecer à organização do evento por ter convidado artistas para também exporem a sua posição. É sempre algo adicional. Nós temos a tendência de pensar que o pensamento, a criação de conhecimento só se faz na academia e não é verdade. Acho que foi dito por uma das artistas que em outras ocasiões não estariam neste espaço e não é justo. Não é justo porque a academia, pelo menos na tradição das ciências sociais, muitas das nossas teorias começa na arte, começa na literatura, começa em outras expressões artísticas, em que há um pensamento, uma reflexão sobre a realidade social. Então, não é uma pergunta, é uma homenagem ao papel dos artistas na contribuição para aquilo que nós fazemos e articulamos em palavras. E a vossa descrição de qual foi o vosso processo, do que é que pensaram, é isso que contribui para a nossa pegarmos a tocha de vocês e levarmos para o nosso trabalho. Então, obrigada.
Muito obrigada, muito obrigada.
Okay, good morning. Well done, guys. Actually, mine is a curiosity. Like, when I look at some digital works, in my mind, I'm like, what is this person thinking about? Like, they are all so beautiful, right? But I just want to know, what is the inspiration? What draws your inspiration? What are those? Because it's like you're bringing your life, your thoughts, your imagination into work. What inspired those thoughts? Thank you very much.
Tínhamos mais uma pergunta, eu acho que eram 4. Já tivemos 3. Respondemos às 3 agora e depois... Ok.
Muito obrigada a todas as artistas e parabéns, não somente aos 4 que estão sentados lá na frente, mas todas as artistas que estão aqui. Agora eu vou fazer minha provocação em inglês. I wanted to say I am so happy that this panel actually came about, that we have the exhibition, that we have the 4 winners, and I think it's really a tribute to showing how whether you work in the sciences, whether you work in the arts or technology, all these different streams of life which we segregate in disciplines in the academy are actually experienced, lived, thought about, expressed in different ways, in streams that run together. And we do ourselves a disservice when we don't recognize that. And I think at the same time, there is so much opportunity for broadening and widening our expanses when we recognize how these things intermingle. So thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, muito obrigada. Então, acho que podemos voltar aqui para o nosso painel. Tivemos 4 intervenções, 2 comentários e 2 perguntas. E a primeira era qual é que foi o papel do feminismo no vosso processo criativo, e sim, por favor.
Obrigado pelas questões. Foram todas muito boas e ajudam-nos a refletir um pouco mais sobre isso. Quando falava inicialmente, havia referenciado o fato de estar sob os cuidados de uma mulher, já desde 98, 99, que é mulher e pai. E, de repente, tem a situação também da modelo, que é uma outra geração diferente da minha mãe. E referenciava também o fato de estar a compreender melhor a questão do feminismo pelo contato presencial que estou a ter aqui com o movimento. Então, durante este processo de criação, foi para mim o feminismo essa influência no sentido de aumentar a compreensão. Passei a observar, passei a prestar atenção um pouco mais na rotina de cada uma destas pessoas. passei a compreender um pouco mais a questão das lutas que as mulheres têm em relação à questão da igualdade em termos de direitos, igualdade em termos de oportunidades, justamente porque para mim era a situação de estar a viver e só estar a viver, mas nunca entendia de fato como é que era a rotina dessas pessoas, embora eu as tivesse comigo em casa. Então, neste sentido, foi muito importante ter participado deste concurso, e esta atividade em si veio trazer alguma transformação na forma como eu vejo o movimento e como compreendo o movimento agora. Em relação à inspiração, penso que já esta questão, esta resposta também serve para a questão.
Ok. Centrando-me na questão que tem a ver com o papel do feminismo nos nossos trabalhos, particularmente no meu trabalho. Bom, ao longo dos meus estudos, eu tenho percebido que, particularmente, a mulher africana tem sofrido certo estigma, posso assim dizer, baseado muitas das vezes das tradições, das visões culturais e étnicas que nós temos, que de certa forma tem colocado a mulher num canto, posso assim dizer. Tem colocado a mulher de forma mais submisso, posso usar esse termo. Uma coisa mais engraçada é que sempre que a minha tia e o meu tio me visitam em casa, o primeiro a jantar é o meu tio, enquanto a minha tia fica à espera. Depois do meu tio comer, é que a minha tia come. Às vezes, a minha tia serve 2 peixes para o meu tio, 2 peixes, e ela come comida sem peixe. E nós que não entendemos, até questionamos por que não levas um peixe e o tio também fica com um peixe. Ela disse, não, ele vai deixar para mim. Às vezes deixa, às vezes não, mas eu fui vendo essas práticas culturais de uma certa forma e me perguntando, cadê o senso humano? Cadê a mulher em si, o valor da mulher em si? Eu, quando olho para uma mulher, eu olho para mim mesmo, 50-50. Não tem aquilo de eu ser inferior ou ela ser superior. Olho todo mundo de forma horizontal. Então, essa preocupação, são essas experiências, são esses conhecimentos, são essas vivências que eu vou coletando e de forma tímida eu vou retratando isso nas minhas obras. Eu não sou muito eloquente, não sou um escritor, não sou um jornalista. A minha voz é muito baixa, mas as minhas obras espero que vislumbre isso, façam com que as pessoas pensem e reflitam acerca dessas práticas, acerca dessas visões. Então, é esse conhecimento que eu fui bebendo ao longo da minha vida, como também pude perceber o esforço que está a ser feito com essa conferência de abrir as nossas mentes para uma possibilidade mais igualitária. Obrigado.
Muito obrigada. Sim, pode.
I think I'm going to go for the first question because it was interesting to me. I remember when I saw the call, I thought, okay, that I had to put a woman there and then show her in a sense that she is frustrating because she does not have her rights and so on. And I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, before this conference, I think I'd had a very reduced vision about feminism because, you know, you hear everywhere, like, feminism, we're just talking, we go through social media and we see things about feminism, but at the end of the day, you don't quite understand what feminism is, right? So when I saw the call, I thought, okay, I had to put the work according to the theme, but also I could actually acquire that identity as a feminist myself. So that is why I had to put myself into the picture so I could have a sense about feminism. So over these days, over this couple days, over these days of the conferences, I think I have now somehow developed what I thought about feminism. Because now I see that we just have women there, and it's so amazing that we can see that we as women, we can go so higher. And I was mentioning to Adelio that this couple days I've been thinking, wow, I've seen so many women, they're so intellectual. They're just doing, they have already their PhDs. And that is so amazing because I come from a context that women are supposed to be at home, you know. Women are supposed to be doing course. But right now, seeing your intellectual part, this perspectives that you guys are bringing, it's amazing. So I think I myself, I somehow can be a feminist because I work with, let's say, advocating for rights. And now I'm saying I can not only advocate, but I can become a feminist myself. So I think that would be a takeout from this, and it's been so amazing. I think I'm amazed with this, and I'm glad I'm not just participating as an artist, but also being part of this conference, it has been useful for me. So thank you.
Muito obrigada. Eu queria só uma salva de palmas. Não, desculpa, eu vou deixar. Termina lá.
Ok. Thank you. So, eu vou falar primeiro sobre o papel que o feminismo desempenhou, o papel do feminismo durante a criação da minha obra. Vou dizer que o feminismo desempenhou um papel crucial na criação da minha obra e das outras coisas que eu faço. Primeira coisa, eu vou dizer que cresci num ambiente feminista. Olha, na minha casa só tem mulheres, cresci no meio de mulheres. E sempre foi aquela coisa de a mulher pode fazer isto, pode fazer quase tudo, 50-50, conforme ele estava a dizer. Então, eu vou saltar para a parte of inspiration. Então, talking about inspiration, I look at Frida Kahlo. I grew up with health problems, health issues, and I couldn't do other things that I wanted to do during my growth. And there's a lot of things that I wanted to do, but I couldn't do. And I found art has has a place where I could put my emotions, where I could help my soul. And I can tell you that I grew up in my bedroom, not in the community. Yes, I grew up in my bedroom. I couldn't even play with the other kids, like normal kids, during my growth. And when I started studying art, searching on the internet, I also grew up on the screen computer. I grew up on the internet. So when I started searching about some artists such as Frida Kahlo, Vincent van Gogh, and I started liking the way that Frida Kahlo used to draw, the things that she used to, that she was trying to transmit on her works, and it was like I was seeing myself. And I kind of find myself on her because of my past, my problems, my health problem, those things of not being able to do other things because of health problems. And what else? I think it's all. I'm tired of lying for you, guys.
Ok, muito obrigada. Eu ia dizer que é o que estávamos a mencionar, que para além de todas as coisas que falamos, a arte é também este conector, é esta ponte, né? Permitiu-nos estar aqui esta semana a conhecermos-nos, a conhecer o trabalho que cada uma de nós faz. E é isso, estão a nascer feministas aqui e eu espero que seja um nascimento suave. Estamos a ter pessoas que já vêm de casas feministas, né? Já conhecem o feminismo. mas eu espero que encontrem também acolhimento aqui, neste espaço. Pessoas que não percebiam, não entendiam, desconheciam o feminismo, mas agora encontram um espaço de melhor percepção e eu espero que daí para frente haja maior conexão, maior entrosamento. E então este é também um poder que a arte tem, né, de fazer estas conexões. Queria fazer mais uma ronda a verificar se há mais alguma questão. Não temos. Eu vou pedir agora que os outros artistas e as outras artistas que estão em exposição pudessem se levantar e chegar aqui para se apresentarem, que é para quando formos lá para fora pudéssemos saber com quem vamos falar. Alguma timidez parece, mas por favor, sim. Será que é só uma pessoa? Ok, vamos embora. Uma salva de palmas, obrigada. Sim, aqui, por favor. Podem só... Ou aqui, só para as pessoas poderem ver. Muito obrigada. Se puderem dizer os vossos nomes.
Obrigado. Estão? Bom dia. Chamo-me Eleutério Ezequiel Segauk, um dos concorrentes, formado em Geografia e artista digital. Sou design gráfico também. Obrigado.
Obrigada.
Olá, eu chamo-me Jessie Jane, sou artista plástica, faço decoração de interiores, faço maquilhagem, mas o meu foco aqui é a pintura. Tenho uma obra lá fora, onde viro uma mulher barriguda e depois podemos conversar sobre o que ela quer dizer para este contexto do que estamos a fazer. Ah, já viram? Nice. Obrigada.
Bom dia, eu chamo-me Urquidio José Maringula, sou artista plástico formado em artes visuais e sou técnico gráfico também. Tenho minha obra lá, tem umas 3 figuras femininas que estão a interagir através de smartphones e se estivermos lá vou explicar mais qual é o contexto. O título da obra é Âncora Digital. Então, para saberem mais sobre isso, lá fora podemos explicar mais.
Bom dia e agradecer pela oportunidade. Meu nome é Fernando Carlos Nhamposa, sou estudante do curso de Estatística e sou fotógrafo, tenho uma paixão pela fotografia. Então, a minha obra está lá fora e eu falo de violência sexual.
Bom dia, chamo-me Débora Américo, formada em contabilidade. Estou a engrenar nessa paixão de fotografia, ainda sou iniciante. Então, a minha obra fala de conhecimento. Então, explicarei lá fora mais no que abrange o tema.
Muito obrigada. Mais uma salva de palmas, por favor. Obrigada. Podem voltar, por favor. Podem voltar aos vossos lugares. Muito obrigada. Podem sentar aqui à frente até, se calhar. Vamos encerrar. Eu vou só verificar com os meus painelistas e as minhas painelistas se há alguma coisa a mais que gostariam de deixar ficar. Por favor.
Bom, o que eu gostaria de deixar ficar seria uma ideia, uma síntese que eu tive ao longo das várias apresentações de vários trabalhos que foram aqui arrolados e que giram em torno da temática do feminismo, que também deveriam explorar não só a parte artística, mas também envolver outras áreas mais acadêmicas. Eu estou a falar de algumas instituições de ensino voltadas às ações sociais, à sociologia, à antropologia. Acredito que possam subsidiar ainda mais conhecimentos étnicos, valores que possam nos escapar, que de certa forma vão contribuir para enriquecer ainda mais os nossos trabalhos, o nosso conhecimento. Obrigado.
Muito obrigada. Alguém mais com algo a deixar ficar? Não? Ok. Muito obrigada por se terem juntado a nós. Terminamos assim o nosso painel. Quero recordar que as peças que estão em exposição, todas elas estão à venda e temos esta ótima oportunidade que as artistas estão aqui. Eu acredito que não estão todos aqui, mas se houver interesse em alguma peça, podem falar comigo e eu posso fazer essa conexão. Saímos agora, temos o coffee break. Eu acho que era ótimo podermos estar aqui dentro também com os nossos chás. Eu vou pedir para termos cuidado com o chá. Temos ali aquela peça de cerâmica na mesa, não vamos colocar o chá na mesa, nem as bolsas na mesa, por favor. Mas vamos interagir aqui neste espaço, vamos olhar para as obras, vamos conversar com as nossas artistas, os nossos artistas, e até já. Muito obrigada. Desculpa, eu só queria pedir os artistas expositores também para se aproximarem para fazermos uma foto. Artistas expositores, por favor, vamos fazer uma foto. Vamos fazer aqui, lá fora, todo lado.
Não, fazemos aí. Vamos fazer aí. Ok.
enjoy some of the elements that traditional work has, and yet the creative industry now is the one that is creating jobs for young people. So what does that mean for the future? Even if we talk about tech and all that, but also this creative process. Even if some of you are doing it as a side gig and all that, but you're still, but you're still like producing for, not for fun, but it should be something that is decent, because the times you produce really good stuff, but then you don't get either what you deserve. Some of the creatives usually work like full time, so affording even basic needs becomes a problem. But I don't know about the experience of Mozambique. That is my
Gigs up just like that. Oh no, it's not the things you do that tease and hurt me bad, but it's the way you do the things you do to me. I'm not the kind of girl young and strong, and we were running against the wind. And these roads slowly pass. I found myself alone, surrounded by strangers, further and further from home. And I guess I lost my way. There were oh so many roads, living to run and running to live, never worrying of how much I owed. Moving 8 miles a minute for months at time, breaking all the rules. I began to find myself searching for shelter again and again, against the wind. A little something against the wind. Found myself seeking shelter against the wind. Against the wind, we were running against the wind. Older now, but I'm running against the wind. Oh, I'm still running. I'm still running, running against the wind, running against the wind. I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me. I discovered that my castle stands upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I once you'd gone, there was never an honest word. But that was when I ruled the world. It was a wicked and a wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a
Looking for you, you were looking for me. Always reaching for you, you were too blind to see. Love of my heart, well leave me alone. I'm falling apart, no good on my own. All I broke my heart, now I'm making for you. What's a boy I'm supposed to do? Why throw it away? Why walk out on me? I just live for the day, for the way it should be. There once was a time, have you here by my side? Say I wasn't your kind, only here for the ride. All I broke my heart, now I'm making for you. What's a boy I'm supposed to do? No emotional ties, I don't remember my name. I lay down and die, I'm only to blame. Of love of my heart, it's up to you now. You tore me apart, I hurt inside out. All I broke my heart, now I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy in love supposed to do? Mon amour, broke my heart, now I'm making for you. Mon amour, what's a boy in love supposed to do? Searching for a destiny that's mine. There's another place, another time. Touching many hearts along the way. illusion. Follow your emotions anywhere. Is it really magic in the air? Never let your feelings get you down. Open up your eyes and look around. It's just an illusion. 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 Could it be that it's just an illusion, putting me back in all this confusion? Could it be that it's just an illusion now? Could it be that it's just an illusion, putting me back in all this confusion? Could it be that it's just an illusion now? Could it be a picture in my mind? Never sure exactly what I'll find. Only in my dreams I turn you on. Here for just a moment, then you're gone. It's just an illusion. 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 Could it be that it's just an illusion, putting me back in all this confusion? Could it be that it's just an illusion now? Oh, could it be that it's just an illusion, putting me back in all this confusion? Could it be that it's just an illusion now?
In the absence of your love, and in the absence of human touch, I have decided I'm throwing my arms around Paris, because only stone is still a second love. In the absence of your smiling face, I travel all over the place. I have decided I'm
this end?
Towards this end, the economic justice.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want me to read?
Yeah.
Is it okay, or do you want to change?
Add a little bit of culture. So when I spoke to Charmaine, she was
Economic justice and mobilization.
To a cultural realm.
To a cultural realm. Representative technologies and the application of information, AI.
And we're still speaking for 10 minutes.
10, and then
we'll have a
conversation, and then I'll give you a few more minutes to respond if you want, and then Q&A.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back. We are in our last session. Yes. So, and just before I start, sorry, someone forgot this pot of honey during breakfast. So, is that yours? Oh, okay, perfect. So, welcome to our last roundtable, and it will address feminist futures. Since Thursday, we've been discussing the impact, the consequences. We have been analyzing digitalization and artificial intelligence in our work, in our analysis, reflecting and how that reflects to feminism, the feminism that we do, that we undo, that we, construct and deconstruct. So in this session, we would like to kind of wrap up and think about the consequences for the future, for the feminist futures in particular, and how we can guarantee and work towards more egalitarian digital commons that will influence just and non-violent feminist futures. So this is the main topic that we'll try to address. We'll have a roundtable with 4 brilliant participants. 2 of them are here sitting with me, Amrita and Crystal. And online, I would like to welcome you, Flora Partenio and Kumba Torre. Can you, is it possible to display our virtual participants, please? Okay. I'll start with a brief introduction of our roundtable participants. I'll tell you a bit about what they're going to talk about in this table, and then I'll give them the word to talk for about 10 minutes, and then I'll take notes about what you said. We'll have a discussion, and then we'll open for Q&A. I'll start with Amrita Pande. She's a professor of sociology at University of Cape Town in South Africa. Her research lies at the intersection of gender, globalization, and the intimate, with a focus on transnational reproduction, reprogenetic technologies, and multimodal ethnography. She is also an educator performer, touring the world with a performance lecture series named Made in India, Notes from a Baby Farm, which is co-produced by Sweden and Danish ethnographers. In 2022, Amrita started the Woman Walk at Midnight. This is a movement in South Africa to normalize the presence of women in public spaces at night. In this roundtable, Amrita will address the reprogenetic technologies and the implications of digitalization and artificial intelligence in this field. Then we'll have Flora Partenio, who is a member of the DONE's Executive Committee. She'll tell us more about DONE. She holds a PhD in social sciences from the University of Buenos Aires. Her working areas include labor studies, gender studies, and economic sociology. She's part of DONE's social mobilizing team and coordinates the Feminist Digital Justice Project. She's a professor of labor studies and feminist studies for bachelor's and postgraduate programs at San Martin National University in Argentina. In this roundtable, Flora will address feminist digital activism and its insights. We now move on to Crystal Simeone, who is a Pan-African feminist activist and director of NAWE, the AfriFem Macroeconomics Collective. She works at the intersection of the technical and the colloquial, of critique and imagination, of knowledge and practice, of language, and of the creation of community. She curates the work of the NAWE Collective, which in community with other African feminists and organizations, works on analyzing, influencing, and reimagining macro-level economic policies and narratives. At this table, she'll be addressing issues related to economic justice and mobilization through a cultural realm. Finally, we have our colleague at Feminist Africa, Kumba Toure. Welcome. She has more than 30 years of experience in leading, implementing, and evaluating programs for social justice globally. She's based in Senegal, and she's the chair of Trust Africa organization. She serves on the board member of Women Building Up, and she's the founder of Invisible Giants Foundation, which documents the stories and celebrates women working for positive changes. She's a storyteller and children's book author. Here, she will address storytelling and the design of alternative education programs. Welcome. I'll now pass the word for Amrita, who will talk for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you to the Feminist Africa team for inviting me for the closing panel, which is always the hardest to do. I'm going to try and speak to the three axes that were identified by the conference organizers, but of course connected to the world I understand best, which is the world of reproductive and genetic technologies. So I'll be speaking about labor, governance, and knowledge implications of all this for feminist futures in record 10 minutes. So mostly I work on what you could call birth technologies. And for the last nearly 2 decades now, I have been writing about the fertility industry in Asia and Africa, mostly surrogacy, so that's paid pregnancy, and egg provision, and the labor and bodies of black women, almost always black women, in sustaining this industry. And as you can imagine, these are, and for those of you who attended the labor-based panels in the last couple of days, these are very unusual forms of labor that are developing with technology, because here, women have to be the laborers. They are the ones who use their bodies to produce and reproduce. And you can also imagine that this kind of work complicates to the root the production-reproduction binary, and has implications for many of the things we talked about in the labor panels, about fair wages, unions, governance. And for the past 2 decades, I have been actually working with, I can't call them surrogacy or egg donation unions because they don't exist, but I have been working with these women workers to ensure that they get a minimum fair wage and that they are recognized as labor and that there's at least a contract. So women in India, Nepal, and Cambodia. Now I'm doing the same for, believe it or not, but white Afrikaner egg sellers in South Africa who sell their eggs in the global market. Don't think we'll get to the nuances of that, but perhaps in the Q&A. So this was the labor aspect of my work. But lately, my interest has taken me to the other side of the coin as well, technologies of death. And hard to escape talking about death when a massive genocide is unfolding in Palestine right now. So the last year I have spent learning and writing about the use of AI, not just the killer drones and bombs and the quadcopters or programmed kill lists that we have talked about quite a bit, and Izzy, Stefan, and Anwar have spoken to us about that, but also the more mundane civilian technologies of algorithmic censorship, preemptive censoring of posts, shadow banning, etc. I will not be able to do justice to that, and as I said, it already has been talked about quite a bit. So I'm going to present instead the other side of the coin literally, which is the erasure of undesired and unwanted through birth technologies, specifically through reproductive genetic technologies. So I wonder if any of you, so the interpreter, translator very generously said that I don't need to give him the script in advance, so hopefully this will work out fine because I will use some technical terms. But have any of you watched the 2013 documentary DNA Dreams? It's freely available, you can watch it online. So DNA Dream starts, it's about the headquarters of BGI China, which is, BGI is a world leader in DNA sequencing outfits, and BGI is using really powerful DNA sequencers to analyze the DNA of 2,000 highly gifted children to compare it to their average peers to understand what differentiates the genius from the regulars. And the goal for BGI is to find the genetic basis of cognitive skills, intelligence, and IQ. And the best human, BGI says in the documentary, is yet to be produced. So, and then you cut to the end of the documentary where you see this remarkable scene of a pig undergoing embryo transfer. The pig is lying on its back with its 4 hooves high up in the air, and the hooves have blue plastic shoes on. And the geneticist tells us that that's to keep the pig happy and relaxed. As they put in, it through a small hole in the uterus, they put in designer blastocytes into the pig with the hope that the pig will deliver a designer modified baby pig. So BGI is of course doing things in the extreme, but there are many far more mundane things which are adding up to this extreme in the future. So what do I mean by genetic technologies? This is technologies that understand, create, or adapt genetic material, genetic engineering, gene therapy, gene screening, testing, editing, and all these things are used everywhere now, definitely in the continent as well, and across the world. But even though now it's becoming quite mundane, it still does have a bit of a magical resonance in our mind, partly because we don't really want to engage with these terms, we don't really understand beyond DNA, and we don't bother, but also because when we try and understand all this, we are shown websites, for instance, the Royal Society of UK, which tried to create a scientific literacy website where it starts by asking the questions, what if you had the power to prevent a genetic disorder or to cure diseases such as leukemia? Would you do it? Of course, if you frame it like that, there's very little space for discussion or debate. But fixing a genetic variation that causes a rare disease may seem like an obvious act of good, but it assumes that there's already consensus about the boundaries between normal variation and disability. And we know that there is no such consensus. Diseases, disorders, debility are all politically and socially constructed, and eliminating a disability is just about which variation is considered unsupportable or inconvenient for society. Or as Jasbir Puar has said, through the eyes of Palestinians, for some parts of the world and certain demographies of people, being able-bodied is just a temporary thing. So these deliberations become even more important when we talk about the future. So this panel is about feminist future. So what do I mean by reprogenetic technologies? Where it's not for I can never say this word, therapeutic. It's not for therapy, but to determine the gene and thus determine the traits of our future children, of our future generations. So you basically play around with the embryo before you insert it into the uterus. And its use in the reproductive industry, fertility industry, has expanded manifold in Asia and Africa. So we know already, any of us who have visited any fertility clinic know that these kind of technologies are offered to mothers constantly, to parents constantly. And as genetic research advances and develops at the pace that it is, the traits that parents can choose in their future children, and hence the embryo, has nothing to do with disease. And we can talk more about that in the Q&A. But this is what sociologist Nicholas Rose has called new technology shifting the entire project of medicine away from health and disease to one of perfectibility of the species itself. How am I doing on time? Okay, so I've written quite a bit about this in my books, Wombs in Labor and Birth Controlled. That's the last book that came out in 2022, where I talk about what's happening in India and South Africa, where I challenged what some more optimistic scholars have labeled liberal eugenics, the belief that with good science and good ethics and a neutral state, it's morally permissible for individuals to use new technologies to gain efficiency. So this is something that we need to talk a lot about, this trade-off between efficiency and justice. So in my world, this efficiency is there to perfect health and to choose particular traits in offsprings to create a perfect future. So that's not the kind of liberal optimism that I'm finding in the clinics that or the consumers that I study in Asia, in Africa. It's not about just choices and they're limited to their intimate lives, because there are, when I follow Asian men traveling to various clinics across the world, they are scrambling to get white egg donors to produce whiter babies. They are scrambling to get a son guarantee package so that they can have a guaranteed male offspring. So these practices and modes of technologies are not a reflection only of individual choice, but they are built fundamentally on colonial past, post-colonial desires, and racialized and gender-based desires. Okay, so what I want to do is now I want to connect all these provocations that I've thrown at you and connect it to what we have been kind of trying to talk about in this conference. So, and by doing that, I want to connect it to the next two axes. So remember, it was labor, governance, and knowledge. So the questions I want to ask and just attempt to give bullet points to are, how are these technologies being framed in Africa? Who gets to be the expert in making guidelines and laws around these new technologies? Who gets consulted when these laws and guidelines are being debated and devised? So the answer to the first question, not a surprise to anyone in the room, so I'm not going to talk about that, that in Africa, much like in the rest of the world, it's assumed that if we quickly catch up with the technology, that's the only way to remain modern. And the interesting part here is that questions of justice do come up. It's not like no one's thinking about justice, but it's thought that if these technologies are proven to be safe and equitably accessible, they should be made available in the continent, and they should be made available right now. So questions about justice are raised only around distributive justice, so and equitable access. So I have often questioned this way of looking at how. It's not just about making them safe and accessible, but to understand how they affect, what kind of impact they have in terms of various structures of inequalities. And the question that we need to ask is, do these technologies really increase human well-being? Whose well-being do they increase, and at what cost? And that's the kind of question we've been asking here for other technologies. The other thing that I do want to raise here is, because it came up in a couple of talks, at least in one talk, is that very often we think that there are good scientists and bad scientists, there are immoral people and moral people, and as long as we leave things in the hands of responsible scientists and not the rogue scientists from China, everything will be fine. But that's not really true here. So China might be the one that whose experiments come and get exposed, but it's the United States where fertility clinics are using these most enthusiastically. So accepting this binary of evil and good use is simply naive. And it fails to tackle the fact that once these technologies leave the lab stage, it will reach the market. And we know from studying every single other health technology and other technologies that these get a life of their own then as soon as they leave the lab and reach the market. I'm gonna not talk about the last provocation because I wanna give the mic to the next person, but we'll connect it in the Q&A. I'm sure I'll find a chance to talk about knowledge production as well.
Thank you very much, Amrita. Thank you for such an interesting provocation. So I'll now give the word to Flora Partenio, please.
Bom dia, good morning, everyone. It's Flora in a cold morning in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Can you hear me good?
Yes.
Okay, okay, excellent. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Charmaine, for this invitation and all the Feminist Africa group that are working very hard for this conference. Unfortunately, I can't travel to Maputo. All my love and my hugs to Amrita and my dearest Crystal that is there in the panel. And I try to share with you some inputs about our work in DON with my colleagues. It's a collective work around the Feminist Digital Justice Project that propose an analysis on platform and algorithms from the Southern perspective feminist. And the idea is to try to share with you in 10 minutes how can we imagine feminist futures, how can this declaration, it's a political tool, a feminist tool, a manifesto for a more egalitarian digital commons. This work we prepared during 2 years with 35 feminist activists with different regions, Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. It's important for us to say that this is a collective work that tried to build this declaration. And the declaration had 4 core principles. One is about the feminist digital economy that you talk a lot in this conference, in the panels and the different presentations. The other core is about the digital society based on a reciprocity and solidarity. The other one is about how can imagine a digital state. This is a very important point because we think that we need to ground this digital state in a feminist social contract. And the other one is how can imagine a feminist paradigm on digital governance. That one of the aspects that we need to think is about the data governance. And I like to start for this point because we are in many spaces that try to do advocacy in the global arenas, and we know that the big tech companies have a strong power there. And in terms of data governance, when we say a fair and equitable global digital economic order, we are thinking that we need to discuss again the rules. In special artificial intelligence, we need to move beyond non-binding artificial intelligence ethics, and we need to move in a rule of law based in AI paradigm committed to eliminate social and cultural bias in artificial intelligence system, and promoted the creation of a public value and ushering in redistribute justice in the artificial intelligence economy. This is a key point because we know that many of these discussions, it's around WTO, and the voices there are strong from in the case of the big tech companies and the lobby that they are doing. But we need to rethink how can we move in this scenario that is not easy for all of us. The second point is about the labor conditions and the labor market. As we saw in the post-pandemic scenario, is increasing the concentration of digital power in the world. It's not only about a lot of data in a few words. There is also a deepening private appropriation of the profit generated. This growing concentration of digital power is based on what we call a social pact between digital capitalism and patriarchy. And we need to reinforce here the racist, and which makes use unpaid care work. And if we saw how can we move this social pact, we can see the precarious conditions, we don't have regulate or labor rights in this labor market, that the platform are increase their power. In terms of programmatic measures at the global level, we need to build regional and global strategies that discuss the free flow of data. It is urgent to build regional strategies that discuss data sovereignty and data governance. We need binding agreements, not declaration of good intentions. And I think that here we have a key point to build strong solidarities between Latin America and Africa, because we are in the same situations. Now I try to go deeply if I have time. And in the national level, we need to have a debate on protected frameworks for workers in gig economy and in different platforms that are increased in different dimensions of the economy. My third point is about social protections and public digital infrastructure. In relation to access to the social protections, it would be key to consider the investment in public digital infrastructure for access to social benefits. It will be important to consider the risk of the contributions from dominant digital service companies to finance public digital infrastructure in developing countries. And here we need to take a look and pay attention about the surveillance around the access to the benefits in the system of social protections, because we are, during the pandemic, our data is in many apps and in many spaces that try to control the pandemic, but we need to have a serious discussion about this. My fourth point is about care and social reproduction. This is an all discussions inside the feminist economics. And what is new here, in the case of Latin America and in our experience, we are looking at the care platform that provides care service. They have more presence in many countries here. The options for women are around labor precariousness and without labor rights. And another point that we need to say here is that the public-private partnerships are increase the presence in these care platforms. And this is one point that we discussed in many times when we discuss around PPPs. Well, they are here in the care service. And finally, and this is my last comment, it's about the ecological and material boundaries. The feminist studies on the expansion of renewable energy technologies, they shows a lot about the importance of the extractivist projects in our regions. Okay, at the same time, the people that are talking about green transitions, the CEOs of these big tech companies, they are the major players in controlling the extractions of minerals that are key to this transition. And in the case of, for example, in our government in Argentina, the CEOs of the most important companies, for example, Elon Musk, are supporting radical right-wing leaders who attack democracy, attack feminist agenda, and they are support more extractivist projects. We need to rethink the global ecological transitions. We need to take a look about the players in this political arena, and we need to redefine and combine the agenda from ecological movements and from feminist movements. Thanks a lot for your attention. I am here for comments and the other panel.
Thank you very much, Flora. I'll now pass the word to Crystal.
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, my name's Crystal. I was a little bit taken aback when Charmaine asked me to speak because I was coming to learn. And this is in the space that I occupy, so everything's been equal parts, really interesting, very scary, and has me thinking a lot of questions. There's a question that was asked by somebody in the last session about learning from a post-colonial space and movement building. And the way that we work at NAWI is we oscillate between a technical analysis and a more creative one. We call it a re-articulation of macroeconomics in the language of life. And what does that look like? What does it feel like? And so I'm reading from In a Time Not So Far Away, which you can find on our website. And it was inspired by a piece in a COVID series published by Feminist Africa, by two of our associates who were looking at macroeconomic alternative policies through COVID. And this piece does a creative imagining of what that would look like if we had all these things put in place. So this is the twist. Nothing that exists in this time is new. Nothing ever is. The story of the first people isn't the only inspired memory. There have been so many cycles of goodness, so many lit up skies. You know the story of post-independence African nations, don't you? The dreams of a thriving agricultural sector, the regulation of the private sector, diversified economies, universal education, healthcare as a right. You remember that story of freedom, don't you? Before this is colonial powers. No? Okay, here we are. You remember that story of freedom, don't you? Before structural adjustment modified our visions and imprisoned our will. You remember that time that ceased to be seemingly just as it began, don't you? Memories of the past will help guide the way. And this is an invitation to allow us to reclaim our memory and to remember that we do have lessons, African lessons for us that can help guide the way as we chart a way forward. And this is something that we hold on to. So at NAWI, our work is guided through a historical subject of an African working woman. And this could be a sex worker, a nail technician, a banker, an academic. It's all of us in this room. And as I've been sitting through the last few days here in Maputo with all of you, a lot of the questions that I've had are very similar to the ones that I have in an economic space, in the work that I do in other spaces. And feminist economists are constantly questioning what the economy is for. Who is it for? Who designs it? What is its purpose? And who's at the center of its thinking? And I seem to be questioning the same things even in this space. This growth paradigm, who is growth for, and what growth are we looking at, and for who? And who are we centering? I'm asking the same question of AI, of digitization, of reproductive nightmares. I'm asking all those questions. And as I was asking, I went back to a piece that we did on austerity as an act of violence, which had 5 propositions. And they're very similar to this space and contribute to upholding a social contract between state and citizen and moving away from an emerging contract that seems to emerging as a model between our states and private finance. And Flora and Dawn have been doing quite a lot of work around that, and their publication last year, I think, on PPPs was really interesting to read and has very many lessons for this space as well. So the first is adopting feminist budgeting and taxation, and what does allocation for life look like, and how do we invite those questions of taxation and budgeting into this space. The second is investing in public goods, services, and infrastructure, and challenging privatization. Ensuring the fiscal space for rights-based services to be publicly provided is a political commitment that requires investment, but also rejection of privatization of public goods that leads to their commodification and decreased access for those who really need them, which is mostly women who are on the margins of societies and communities. And then thirdly, which I hear a lot of, is ensuring decent work and social protection. Decent work is underpinned not only by the creation of jobs, which this whole AI digitization is proposing, this access to jobs as a silver bullet for all our lives, but also the protection and promotion of workers' rights, access to social protection, and the freedom of association and social dialogue. The demand for decent work is a direct counter-proposition to the current status quo of devalued work, particularly done by women and by non-binary and the most marginalized groups, and its contribution to capital accumulation across global value chains. So the full implementation of the ILO's labor standards are a primary framework to achieve this, including for women working in informal economies, many of which this digitized space is now taking form and steeped in. And the fourth is investing in research and knowledge production, which is so hard for so many of us, and how this can link to influencing decision-making at different levels, at a national level, at a regional level, and a global level. And here I'll quote Lynn Osome, who says, "Whatever the questions may be that we prioritize, they need to be ones which we ourselves formulate out of our own understanding of our social and political context. They need to be relevant to us, and they need to take our own history seriously." And this is really a question of making sure that the questions, the analysis that we're looking into is really coming from the bottom. It's coming from our own social questions and not being placed by whatever window of opportunity of research or funding is open. And that's a hard space to exist in. And lastly is support and centering feminist representation and organization and movement building across all spaces, from unions to policy spaces. At a side event the day before yesterday, I was wondering, how do you work with unions and Uber when African unions are so patriarchal in nature and in composition? And so what happens to feminist questioning and propositions in that space? And so it means that there's a site of struggle across all these spaces, and they can't be done in silo. And so then it makes me think of this space and the work that we're doing as an economic violence. The United Nations defines violence against women as an act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or mental harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public or private life. A less discussed form of gender-based violence is at a macro level in economic violence, one which impacts the lives of women, of girls, of non-binary people daily and systematically, is economic violence. It is waged through the policy choices of elite decision makers through a lens most times of patriarchy, of white supremacy, of capitalism, forming a tripartite of the three that disregard the needs of women, and specifically women on the margins of power in society. It reduces already inadequate services that they rely on and deprioritizes their well-being and safety in exchange for profit and power. And so I'm questioning a digital world for who? Who subsidizes it? What systematic foundations is it based on? What knowledge is it based on, and whose knowledge is it based on? And the politics of representation and access, and can we move beyond fighting for access to this new and growing world? Are we fighting for just a mere access to a pie that's already poisoned, or do we want to completely reimagine what we're talking about in the spaces that we're creating? Are we engaging in the politics of reform to tinker around the edges, Or are we engaging in the work of revolution? And what do those both look like? Can we ask questions of labor? Who is doing the work and how are they doing the work and how do they get paid? And who gets to build worlds? And this is important to us, to imagine the worlds we want and work backwards from that. And it cuts across all behavior. The complexity of production as a concept really values, and what real values does it encompass, does not lie with economic production as we have been told over and over, but must include social reproduction at its core, which is a core to our existence. The existence of economies, of societies, of communities, and of families. And culture really closely links to this. Culture teaches us that all behaviors, all systems, all values, all acts, all knowledge, and all power is interconnected. And here I'll quote Nombuso Matebela. Liberation is a cultural act. Culture as an instinct and an act of language that follows us to invent how we want to be human. An ethic that organizes itself in behavior. An ethic that organizes itself in our behaviors and actions. It's at the base of all manifestations of human life, including this modern experience of the world. And so the work that we do at NAWI is the creative, is the artistic, it's the imagining of a new world unshackled from what exists now. And then, so I'll lastly read from this little pocket book called, it's our Macroeconomics 101. And it ends with, how do we get out? We don't want to be those people who just talk about how bad things are without also talking about how to get free. It certainly is possible to live different, to have economic policies that work for the people and the land. We don't have to be the characters in the scary movie who keep going the wrong way. This doesn't have to be our destiny. So what can we do? This part is not necessarily like the movies where the bad person has to be killed or where there's one thing or person to overcome. It's more complicated than that because, like we said before, the system changed us. Also, the people who created and run the system are mean mothers. Still, some things we can do. Recognize that it's absurd. Know that it doesn't have to be. Imagine a different way. Make it make sense. Listen to market women, listen to the workers. Push our governments to restructure borrowing and debt in our favor. Push them to fund healthcare, to fund education, and to fund the farmers, because they can, because poverty is created, and center life. Eat in communion, share what you have, recognize when it's enough, grow the food, take care of the soil, watch the bloom, and harvest the goods. And then, when we get it going, when we leave it all behind, shelve this little pocketbook as a relic from another time.
Thank you very much, Crystal. Thank you for reading it. So powerful. Thanks. Kumba, please. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope my voice comes through clearly. From Senegal. And as I say thank you, I always say it not in English, but in Bambara, Iniche, Auniche, which really recognize that everything you do, I thank you because I deeply believe that in some ways or some forms it comes back to me and to my people, like the farmers who grow food in a small community cannot eat everything they grow in one way or another. It is shared. In the same community that I'm from, the Bamara people, there is a song. If I was there with you, I would sing and, teach you the song. But the song says that to be human, or maybe I don't know if the words exist in English, humanness or humanhood, what makes us human at the core is a thread. It's like a rope that we all hold onto. Imagine every human being holding in this thread that goes among all of us, that every connection have is in that thread. So it's this big web that we all hold on to. And that's what makes us human. And of course, in holding, there is tension, and we pull on it to stay connected. But we have to be careful that it doesn't break in our name. And yes, there is breaking of that thread of humanity every day, all the time, by many people. But it is our work and our job to reconnect the thread, to build new threads, and to uplift our humanity. I say this because in some ways, that connection and that web takes me to the digital web and to AI, I guess, in some ways, because this is what we are talking about. And really, what I am questioning here and what have been my reflection these days is, what are we gaining in terms of being human, being better human in this new ways of being connected? And what are we losing in being human and staying connected in these ways? And where my reflection takes me is a parallel. We know from the environmental movement and the people who have been seriously studying and looking at how we have been handling ourselves and handling nature around us. We know from what they tell us that we are at a borderline and I don't know if the English is threshold. We are somewhere that we know, or maybe we don't know, we are not aware too much, that when we cross the line, there is no turning back, there is no way back, because the loss would have been so big and so deep that we won't be able to recreate certain life forms, certain things that we have lost. That is a tension that we are living in, at least when we are aware. And even when we are not aware, we feel it in our physical bodies, but also in our emotional and spiritual ways in which we act. But the parallel that I make of that is that parallel with where we are also in the digital space and AI. We are also there at a border and at a threshold that we cross about being human. Because if we know that what makes us human is also how connected we are, not just virtually, but physically, how we nourish each other and build each other to stay human. We also realize that we have so much possibilities to be disconnected and still be alive and still be nourished. That when we cross that line between human and inhuman, between technology and what we build outside of us that grows sometime beyond us, that there might not be a way to come back to humanity, at least in the way that we knew it. That we might lose certain capacities of connecting, of being with each other, because we get so used and because we build ourselves the tools that allows us to not need to be with each other. So all these reflections takes me back to, what do we do now? What do we do now that we enjoy so much the benefits of quote unquote development, that we benefit so much of the ease of AI? And when I say we, I mean the few of us who gets these benefits. Because the truth is, and has been forever, that there is a majority of us that has actually been suffering from development and will be suffering from the advances of this, and are still suffering from the advances of this digitalization and AI. But this means that there is enough of us, powerful enough, and who believe that our lives and our ways are much more important enough, that the way we are going is what we are upholding for everybody else, as if their lives and their suffering and their ways doesn't really matter. What do we do, and how do we find ways out? It seems that there are no way out, because we are inside and we participate and it changes. But it seems also to me that there are many ways forward, that we are powerful enough when we are conscious and when we know what we are up against, to be subversive enough to use what is in our hand to shift and change. And we are talking about the future. Interestingly, our people say that the future is born from the past. And our quest and our search is to look for stories in our past of how did we find ways forward when there were no way out. And we have to go far, far back in our past, far before colonization, far before slavery, far before kings and queens, far before even, pharaonic Egypt, far before some people thought that with violence and with power, few people could decide to live off and benefit from the sweat and the blood of others, whether they're their own siblings or they're strangers. We have to go far back in memories that were not written, far back, maybe in our own bodies, to find the stories or create the stories that we don't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the four of you. After listening to your presentations, I feel that you have managed as many sessions that we had during the conference to highlight, to provide evidence of the challenges that artificial intelligence, digitalization provides to the world that we live in, specifically when you think about rights, human rights, women's rights, justice. It's frightening. I felt like with your presentation, Amrita, I felt like what is there in the future for us? And through your analysis that brings together history, you try to provide us a critical analysis of genetic technologies, but you intertwine it with an analysis of colonial imaginaries, gender imaginaries, racial imaginaries that then allow us to see probably a picture that is not so evident in our everyday interaction with and understandings of genetic technologies. I think Crystal and Kumba provide this more creative dealing with those challenges and coming back to who are we, what is it to be human as a thread, to be human as part of a thread that links us as humanity. And Flora also provides evidence about the work that they're doing, and I was struck by the rethinking global ecological transactions that she mentioned. So my question for all of you is, then what do we do? It feels like we now we know what are the challenges, we know the injustices, but then what? This panel, this roundtable is about the future. How can we act, imagine, research? How do we do? And one thing that came to mind was a saying by Sabelo Ndlovu Gacheni. He was talking about extractivism and the ecological challenges that the world is facing, and how we are going to end if we continue operating in the way that we do. So one of his provocations was, can we think together against? Because too often it feels like we are on one side of, on one side, and on the other side we have the capitalists, we have the policymakers, we have those who seem to work on a trend that is different or does not incorporate so much of the work that we've been doing. So is thinking together against possible? That's my question.
Thank you for that very easy question, Sandra. No, but I'd like to flesh out what is the we. So what is the role of social scientists, humanities people, feminists, in being able to challenge the kind of scary scenario and very real scenario that, for instance, I kind of outlaid for you through the world of reprogenetic technology, especially what is our role in southern context and in Africa. So one of the things that I really think we need to chat about in these kind of gatherings is that what do we mean by, for instance, I hear the word AI literacy being thrown around. In my world, I hear a lot about scientific literacy, that people who understand these technologies should go around explaining these to laypersons, as we are called, laypersons, because we are not in science and engineering, we're not in the labs. But the thing is that why do we think that the literacy is meant only for us to understand science? Much as social scientists need to understand the nuts and bolts of DNA, RNA, the scientists need to understand, the scientists actually far more critically need to understand and be socially literate. What are the impacts of what they're innovating in the labs? And unless we play a very active role in ensuring that bridge, the scientists in most respects are not going to be concerned about getting socially literate. It cannot be only the ones who are producing the technologies who can determine for us what are the risks and benefits of investing in those technologies, because there are social risks, there are political risks, and other kinds of experts. That this room is filled with experts. We need to be at the table when there are conversations which affect reproductive justice, genetic justice, labor justice, people who understand anti-racism work. But where are those people when guidelines and laws are being made? They are nowhere to be seen. We are not invited, then we must go even when we are not invited. And that's what we're actually doing in the world of genetic technologies. We hardly ever get invited. Disability justice scholars and activists, are they ever invited to cutting edge conferences like the one that happened in London just now on genetic technologies? No, they're not. But we turn up there because we need to be heard. So that's one thing, to keep challenging who are the experts. And there was another thing that you asked, but maybe that'll come back to me in a bit. It's dropped out of my thought. And I'll leave the poets to do the other kind of dreaming. I'm too pragmatic for that.
I'm actually not a poet, and these were written by one of our associates, Agaze Tabate, who is a magician with words, and I feel like my role is to bring her into these spaces, even if she's not physically there. Yeah, it's always the question, right? Like, what next, and where do we go from here? And what does resistance look like? And I think us being in this space is resistance itself. It's this discomfort of mine of being in this space is resistance itself. The way that the world and development or justice work has been funded to function has pulled us into these silos where, in my world, the tax crew speak to themselves, the debt crew speaks to themselves, the trade crew, and now I guess the AI crew, the digitization crew. And Adnawi, Joey sitting here, and she's been leading our work on platform economies. Bringing the different worlds to the same table has been really hard. And I think we have to think about what that looks like with some grace. And I think a lot about tables. And in the tax space, they talk about if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And this is in reference to how tax framing is done globally. And up until now, it has been done at the OECD, which is largely, you know, a group of rich countries making decisions on how tax is collected internationally. And the rest of us are supposed to implement what they say. There's a push led by the African group to move that to a UN space. I have questions of whether the UN is the most democratic space, and we're seeing with what's happening with the genocide now and how toothless and powerless they have been, and wondering if regions like mine from Africa have any say in that space in terms of a power dynamic. But I question this idea of being at the table constantly, because what have we compromised to be at those tables of power? And who have we stepped on? What have we belittled or made softer, made quieter to fit and to be palatable to these tables of power is something that I've been thinking about. And I guess it speaks to my questioning of whether we want to be reformist or revolutionary. Do we want to be in those at those tables, knowing that they'll never really hear us and never really take our thoughts and our analysis in the same heaviness and gravitas as their own? Do we want to build new tables, and what does that really look like by building new tables, and do we have the tools to do it, or can we do both? And it's something that's constantly in my head. But also the multiverse of resistance looks like the discomfort of all of us working together. It's, you know, hearing about this scary new world of reproduction that I had no idea of. I wish I was back yesterday in my life where I didn't know. But here I am. And maybe these are thoughts and axes of which I can take into my space and bring into my world, because life is happening to all of us in complexity all at once, and our response has to be as complex and as intersectional as the problems are. The other side, the anti-rights group, like, you know, a neoliberal approach, seems to be stronger at understanding that change happens from the mass roots, from a groundswell up. And then a hierarchy of epistemology, of thinking, of like hierarchizing, is that even a word? Whose knowledge is more important, I think is part of a problem that we face. It's beautiful to see the artists in the space, as well as, you know, the PhD holders and the academics and the practitioners. And I think we need to build a world of resistance with more of that. Yeah, so that's what resistance looks like.
Thank you. Flora, would you like to give us your view? Can you hear us, Flora? Okay. While we wait for Flora, Kumba, could you please?
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's just so beautiful to hear each of you. And what do we do? Where do we go? I say we raise new generations. And I guess maybe to me, that is why I am into storytelling, writing children's books, and so on, because I believe we need to plant early on in the stories what we look for in the future, and to make sure those who enter science in the future, those who will be working on the computers already, grow up early with those, I want to say, skills, or that humanity or humanness or humanhood, that somehow it survives even their training, their schooling, their PhDs and everything. What do we do? I guess we tell and repeat the beautiful stories of humanity, those we know of and those we create, and the stories of those who resisted in the path and those who led us to be here today, because we all have been inspired by some invisible giants, some people, some, not just individuals, but groups of people who figure out different ways of being. And I would say that we are many and we are different. And some of us have to make it difficult for things to continue on these tracks. We need to be the grains of sand in the food that they try to chew on and swallow, so we are not eaten alive. And each of us can find our own way, softly or violently, in small ways, but also in big ways, but it adds up. To me, the truth is we are the way things should go. Somebody was saying, we are not even the resistance. They are the resistance to life, to how life have been going and should go. We know and we've learned from the trees that you have to be rooted to be able to grow and stay alive. And that's what has been keeping everything and everybody alive is to be rooted. So the resistance is being uprooted. The resistance is to know and believe that we can be completely disconnected and we can just exploit and live off people's back, and we can try to erase people just because they're Palestinian. Thank you.
Okay, we now have about half an hour for Q&A. So please, if you have a question, please raise your hand. No questions? Oh, okay.
Thank you so much for this really wonderful panel. I have, I suppose, two questions, Amrita, for you. The first one is around, what we're painting it's so scary, right? I think a lot of people have been saying that. It's so scary what this technology, these advancements in technology, gene tech in particular, are doing. But I'm just thinking here about a lot of women who have also been relying on it, right, for children, to have children when there's no, or when they don't want to involve a male person in their communities and so forth. And I'm just wondering about, you know, that is it either or is there's things that it enables in as much as it disables certain things. I'm sorry for using the language of disables, but I think you get the point I'm making. And so I'm wondering about whether I don't think it's a question of balance, but it's about how do we straddle the two kind of binaries where there's all of this, you called it technologies of death, right? But at the same time, or the technologies of perfecting things that should not necessarily be within our control, and also people's desires that could be enabled by some aspects of this technology, and where one draws the line between those two. I'm not sure if that's coherent, but that's the first one. And then the second one is around the racial aspects, which I think is so fascinating about the work that you do. And I think if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more about that, because within all of this, it's not just technology, as people have been saying, and that's what you're also saying, it's imbued with all of these other power dynamics and the racial dynamics. So if you could also just elaborate on that racial aspect of the work and the ways in which we need to be thinking about the futures also. Thanks.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful panel, but also a scary one, especially on the human-assisted reproductive technology. So in terms of what next, because I'm in the workers' rights space, and sometimes you get requests from our members who are lawyers in different countries in terms of some of the bills that are coming up. And I'll just give an example of Uganda, where we had the Human-Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill of 2023. And as an organization, we didn't have the capacity to look at the bill because it was highly technical, and we do not have anyone who has that background. So it was such an interesting time to hear about this. And but then I don't know whether it was passed, but one of the issues that our members had in Uganda is the labor aspect, the surrogacy as labor. And given the fact that most of the time, or we've never even considered surrogates as laborers. So it's still like a new concept that also for us, we don't know how to like frame it from a policy and legal framework, but how these now interact with labor laws as countries are adopting different labor laws, but also because of the of the conversations around LGBTQI and criminalization of LGBTQI, and how definitions of surrogacy or who is a parent and all that comes out. So I'm wondering in your work whether you interact with lawyers in labor spaces, and whether, because for these, we missed an opportunity because we could not submit any kind of comment because we are not, we do not have the capacity. How can we, like moving forward, how can we work together to ensure that, especially in these spaces that we are not really keen on, but they are like the reality that we live in? And I like how Crystal puts it, that we are now having another new type of tripartism. It's a new way of seeing this new tripartism where you're having capital, the policymakers, and the multinationals coming together. So how do we come to the table? How do we force ourselves on the table when we are actually not working together and we do not understand how some of us are working in these spaces? And what Christo said, that do we create like new tables, or do we find a way of working together and inserting our voices in these policy and legal spaces? And given the fact that when it comes to consultation, and an example is Kenya, consultation is just, it's just a weird concept that is not really, the government does not want to consult. Even if they consult, they'll take the comments, but they'll never even review them, and the bill will still pass. So how do we engage in a more effective way, especially when it comes to the system of these consultation, quote unquote? Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. My question is to Kumba. She talked about storytelling, and my question is in terms of how you have maintained the sanctity and authenticity of these stories and the information that you share and these stories that you write, especially in this digital world where we receive a lot of information and you're not even sure if these thoughts are really yours, but also how archiving looks like in this digital world where everything is in the cloud or is in this virtual space that we don't really have a hold of. So how does archiving of these stories look like, so that then the generations that we want to share these stories with is able to access them?
Hi, can you hear me? My question is to Amrita. Thanks for all your presentations, by the way. Amrita, I was just curious. As well as radical conservatives, right? And there is a convergence between radical liberal feminists as well as radical conservatives. But what I want to say is that, of course, it's a very scary picture that you outlined, but I think what you're also trying to suggest is that there is a continuity to this, right? It's not that novel because surrogacy, etc., has existed in the past. So these kind of technologies have been there for a long time. But what is it that you see as a change with gene editing technologies? Is there heavy investment in it? Because we do know about the paradoxical and contradictory rise of capitalism, where machines are used to kind of reduce the dependency of living labor, and also there is a desire to indefinitely expand the productive capacity of living labor. So, I mean, realistically, how are we supposed to approach this, I mean, just politically, I mean.
Okay, we have 2 more questions, and after those 3, okay, 3 more questions, and then after those 3, we'll give an opportunity for the presenters to respond.
Mine is a comment. It was provoked by my colleague from Uganda, who said that when the bill was Sorry. Yes, I was saying that I was provoked by my colleague who talked about the bill in Uganda on assisted reproductive technologies and how they could not intervene. Not that the intervention would have made any difference anyway, but because we've been to those parliamentary committees and we've written so many reports. I think even Nanjala talked about it on the first day, and it doesn't make any difference. It's a pro forma, it's an exercise, you know, in just to say they did it, but they never follow. But anyway, my point was, we are here talking about information technology and African feminist futures. And how can we, in this day and age, talk about, in short, I'm saying, you could have found Amrita online and contacted her and, you know, said, can you help us with this? And the other Amritas around the world. In other words, we must use the technology to our own advantage. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't have a specific question, except to maybe ask the fact that, I mean, thanks to all the presenters, you know, we've generated so much knowledge. So much knowledge is generated on a daily basis. How do we in this room, so it's a question to all of us here, I suppose, how do we in this room, how do we prioritize the issues? You know, I think there is also so much competition among scholars pursuing the academic interest, which is important, yes. But how do we translate that knowledge into practice? How do we use that knowledge as evidence for the kind of resistance that Crystal's been talking about? How do we prioritize those issues? And I think for me that is a very fundamental question. You know, we're producing so much. In this room alone, I think there is so much variety of disciplines, of engagements, of interactions, and that is a question I'd like to pose. How do we prioritize those issues in the face of big tech, who is so powerful, and we are, I suppose, relatively speaking, weak in, and what weakens us is the fragmentation of the work we do. And I do think that we need to begin to reconsider how we engage, how we use the tech as a tool for transformation, and not just, you know, this big boogeyman who's out to get us. How do we use that tech as a tool for transformation? Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I guess what I'm saying is a comment, but also I'm kind of riffing off what Kumba Toure said. She said two things that really kind of struck me. One is that, like, not, especially on the continent and perhaps in the global south, not everyone has access to the AI, a smartphone, chat GPT, whatever. Yet and still, people are still living, people are still engaging, you know, people are still interacting, you know, through their culture, whatever that happens to be. And of course, we know, you know, culture is everything that we do, right? So I think that just reminding ourselves that certainly AI and digitization and tech is important, but there's also, and we've been saying it, but there's also very much a class component to access, right? And so one of the, in my view, one of the ways forward is something else that Kumba Toure said, as she reminded us that when we're talking about this question of digitization and AI, we must go to the past, right? And to go far, far back to the, I mean, like you can't think back to that past, right? And so thinking from the future to the past and then back to the future, and being able to sort of integrate both those who have access and those who don't have access, and who are also, by the way, using, you know, technology in order to continue living, continue shifting society, continue making contributions, although it's not what we think is AI, but it's technology and it's forward movement. And so just thinking about that, and I'm just remembering like during COVID, you know, people were, you know, in Ghana, everyone was buying Veronica buckets, right? Those buckets, and then there's water in them, there's a spigot, you can wash your hands. And then in some of one of our TV stations, I think it was Joy News, did an interview. They went to a rural community, and these young boys, maybe they were like 11, like they didn't have a Veronica bucket, but they had like a jerry can, and they made like a washing station out of a jerry can, a string, some, you know, branches, right? And people were washing their hands there. Now, you may think, oh, that's not technology, but it's technology, and they used what they had access to in those spaces. And so for me, the way forward is to go backwards so that we can actually go forward. Because if we go forward, and I'm finishing here, Chair, but if we go forward forgetting that the majority of our people are not in this conversation, then we will not be able to shift the narrative dramatically. Thank you.
This works, yeah. I'll take a stab at whatever I can. So, Asanda, your question about the radical potential, I think that's what I would call it. These new technologies, these birth technologies, of course, had and have radical potential. So, and we have seen many instances of that where same-sex couples are being able to have genetically related babies, women who have cancer and the uterus has been removed, or women whose eggs are not viable, or men whose sperm are not viable. So I can go on. So the radical potential of these technologies are definitely there, and that is the basis. That is one way of legitimizing it. It has been used for quite a long time. That this is the reason why that we need to put in a lot more resources into and invest a lot more resources in this because of their radical potential. So again, as soon as I hear that, I say, sure. And now let's think, now that we're thinking of the past, let's think about what we've learned from these technologies in the past. That we are sold these technologies with the hope that there'll be radical potential, but very often when it reaches the market, it ends up reaffirming structures of inequality rather than, and the people who actually benefit from it, who we were told would benefit from it, are minuscule. So let's come back to the root of the question. What is the problem that we're trying to solve through these technologies? Do we need these technologies to solve those problems? Is the right to the child, is there even a legitimate way of framing a question around this? And here I'm just talking about my world of reproduction and genetic technologies right now, is that a lot of these technologies are not funded by public healthcare. So it is only accessible by very few people. So that's one aspect of it. Now, since the queer lobby is really strong in terms of reproductive technology, if I encounter same-sex couples all the time in my fieldwork, and the reason why this whole this whole industry has gone global is because most countries don't allow queer couples to actually access these technologies. So there are many, many things that we can talk about it, but coming back to the root question, what is the problem that we're trying to solve, whether with reproductive technology and genetic technologies, and do we really need technology to solve that? Because here we were feminists in the 1980s and 90s talking about fictive kinship and all radical forms of kinship that were possible, and then suddenly comes new technologies and genetic essentialism. The idea that race is transferred and race is biological all gets reaffirmed. So lots of radical potential, but when you start analyzing it and unpacking it, you see that those dreams don't really come true. The question about laws, and I'll give one quick answer to that. Yes, in fact, I do. You asked me that question, do I actually work with lawyers? I work with lawyers across many parts of the world. And a lot of them do find me online, Sylvia, and they do make use of that. But the answer to the question is not that simple, because it's actually not one government or one country which does lazy work in making the laws. No, actually, across the world, these laws around these technologies are so morally sticky, and there is just no consensus because it involves women's bodies, it involves future offsprings, it involves lots of money. The amount of investment in these technologies is immense. In fact, researchers are not allowed to do certain kind of research because it'll expose some of the dangerous and the scary things we talked about today. So it's not the Ugandan government, it's not the Kenyan government, it's not the Indian governments. These conversations have tried to go global, and coming back to your point about labor laws, I suggested and I put out this frame of surrogacy as labor in 2003. It's been 20 years since that. Have feminists taken this up? Across the world, you find researchers now talking about surrogacy as reproductive labor as if that's just usual, right? But do lawyers and governments take that parallel seriously? Absolutely not. So they do talk about the right of the child. They do talk about the best interest of the child, but best interest of the surrogate as worker, almost in no law across the world. Surrogates are not recognized as workers. Surrogates are not on the table when these laws are being made, nor are egg providers, nor are sperm providers. So these kind of questions can extend, and we can learn, as I said in one of the in my interventions earlier in this conference, is that we need to learn from sex workers organizing. There's a lot to learn from that, because sometimes the local and the national is just not going to gel. We need to have these conversations globally, because countries just do not have the resources or the kind of moral impetus or the political impetus to actually come up with effective guidelines, effective for a global phenomenon like this. There was another question, but baby farms. Yes, Avantika, your questions about the fact that these are actually not that sensational at all. So yes, thank you. That's exactly what I've been arguing for the longest, is that these are just another form of reproductive labor, and sensationalizing it takes attention away from the other aspects of it and brings it back to reproduction, brings it back to intimacy, makes it the women's problem, brings it back to individuality, and that's what we need to fight against. This is not about intimacy, it's not just about individual rights, it's way beyond that. It's structural, it's a political economy. There is so much of investment. So my next book is about following the money. If you see the money that is being invested and by the players, another good question about who are the players. The players are not national, the players are not governments, the players are not limited to one country. The clinics might exist in Cambodia, but Cambodia gains nothing from that clinic. There are some investors from, and we will leave them unnamed, but we know China, Israel, United States, Japan, and these are the investors who invest in all these clinics. So it's about the money. It's not about radical potential. It's not about perfecting the future.
I'll pass the word to Flora. She was offline for a while, but she's back.
Yes, I am thinking about the speak that Kumba said when she said, when we go far, we find the colonial past. And if we go far in Latin America, we go a colonial past, and now we find new ways of recolonization of our territories around the digital extractivism. And I fully agree with you say, Kumba, because we need to build another narrative or a contra-narrative to try to reimagine other futures and to try to recover our human being and our sensibility in this context. And one of the way that we try to build in DON, it's around popular education and feminist economies. And I try to hear in the floor something said, there's a lot of knowledge, and how can we share and extend or share this knowledge to other people and create new knowledge with, for example, the knowledge that have the people from the social movements, from the trade unions, the peasant movements, in Portuguese is the camponesas, the mulheres sin territorio, sin terra, and the idea is to try to reinforce the popular education agenda with these thematics and with these discussions, because in sometimes it's only a discussions around experts as macroeconomics discussions, and we saw several impacts in our territories. That is one of the ways that we try to do with our compañeras in DON, but it's not the only. The other one is that we try to discuss the discussion around pink washing, because we think that we take a look around all the discourse around digital inclusion of women that are in many programs and in many actions from the international cooperation. And here I think that we have another table to discuss what are the mean of digital inclusion of women, what are thinking, for what, in what conditions. And my final points, and I think that maybe this is an invitation, because I love these 4 days in Maputo. I try to saw the different panels online, and I think that I like to invite the organizers and the people that are there in Maputo to organize a similar dialogue with Latin Americans and the Caribbeans, because we need to build and reinforce our bridge between our regions, and maybe it's opportunity to reinforce our networks and our capacity and resistance. And thanks so much, and I am here in the floor with electricity and Wi-Fi.
Thank you very much. Crystal, please.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard this song by Bon Jovi, "The more things change, the more they stay the same." And this conversation, no. I can play it, but I'm not going to sing it. But this conversation has me thinking about that, and related to Joey's question. Now we were started in the time of COVID, and I had I'm going to be a little bit personal. I used to work for the tax for Femnet, and before that, the Tax Justice Network Africa, and I was used to a life of constantly running in policy spaces, moving from the AU to the World Bank to the UN, and like feeling very important and all of that. And COVID and the start of Naui had me slow down. Like I had to just stop, unpack all the things that I thought justice looked like or this work looked like, and it had me read a lot. I went back to a publication by Dawn from 1984, and I swear to God, it was like it was written in 2020. It was for our times. It says the exact same things. And so most things that I can imagine thinking of, an African feminist has thought about it and has written about it, has analyzed it. There's a politics of publishing and access, but I promise you there's a seedling, there's a thought, there's a thread that exists, and it's our work to look for it. So I'll start, that's there. But as I'm listening to Amrita, you spoke about women's bodies, lots of money, power. Those are the exact same words that I hear in the tax space, in the debt space, mining. Ecofeminism is this new concept. Like in all this work, the roots are the same. The roots of extraction remain the same. And when Joji this morning and yesterday asked a question about digital feminism, it's the roots and the underlying foundations of a systemic disorder remain the same. And I think we have to be careful not to be thrown off by the glitzy glam of like cryptocurrency and like all these new things that are flashy and sexy, but always go back to what's the root cause. And for me, it's a capitalist, extractive, white supremacist, patriarchal underpinning that lies underneath all of these manifestations of injustice, inequality, and all of these things. And I think we have to remember to come back to that. When Faiza asks, so where do we go from there? How do we constantly come back to that point of analysis and build on these different formulations and models and imaginations that this crazy world is putting on us, but go back to that root, whether it's mobilizing online like what's happening in Kenya right now, or in Uganda, in more rural spaces. How do we constantly bring back to this big tripartite monster that we're fighting, and know that that's the thing, and keep going back there and not be completely thrown by the latest, newest thing?
Thank you. I'll pass the word to Kumba, please.
Thank you so much. There was a question about stories and how we keep sanctities and what do we do. And there are two things. One is about looking into the past and finding stories of success, of ways that people not only resisted but created new ways of being. And I said, we can't find them, we have to create. That's why we turn to artists and creativity, people who can imagine what we cannot see anymore, but maybe our ancestors knew or have felt before. But when I talk about stories, I'm talking about stories of the present, of today, right here, right now, in this meeting. Each of these feminist women who have been spending all of this time studying, learning, reading, connecting. It is our work to tell their stories to many other people, and in the ways that we know to do it. Because it is in telling those stories today that we create the future. We have to imagine the future hundreds of years down the line. And we have to make sure that people do not forget that Crystal was sitting here today speaking, that Feminist Africa organize this gathering. We create the future by safeguarding and archiving the present, our present, what we believe in. Because the truth is, what we see and read as history today is the erasure of those who, like us, resisted the conquests, resisted the exploitation, didn't buy into what is considered the norm today. And it's not because they were small, they were big also. And I believe that we are big today. There are many, many, many of us in many places. It is our job to share the stories, to document it in every way possible, that it survives us. That is how we create a different future. And I have to say that we know this, but we have to remind ourselves to make a difference between reality and justification. Because the justification of colonization was civilization. Nobody woke up and said, we're bad people and we're just gonna go and exploit people and kill them and that's it. People have to live with themselves. They have to go to bed and sleep and believe in something. So they need a justification of civilization to be able to do colonization. Well, it's the same today. People need justification in terms of everything we do in development, AI, digitization. But like, was said just before, we need to go at the roots of things and ask the question, who does it benefit? What it is for, really? And expose it in such a way that we cannot prevent people from doing it right away, but we can prevent them from being comfortable doing it and being at ease doing it. The last point I will say is about, I guess I could call it dependency. People tell us, if you use this AI and other things, I'm just saying AI because that's what we're talking about right now, you won't need to pay that many people. You won't need to use that much, work or et cetera, et cetera. It's about efficiency and all of these things. And I am going back to our humanity, which is to us to depend on each other in the first place. What if we want to depend on each other and on people? What if we're not just looking at erasing, but at needing them? So that even as we fight for our right to have, I don't want to say have, but to own our own children, that we remember that it's could be as beautiful and as important to share children, so that it's not just one way of doing things, but multiple ways. And of course, we need these technologies but we have to go back, go deep at what we need them for and what we use them for, and what was put in place to make us need them so much that it is not important anymore what they can do to us and to people around us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a comment. I think I'll just read it. I think the person is not expecting a response. It's from Yu Yang Fu, and says, I'd like to add something about gender gene technology in China. I have heard of many families going to the hospital to request a diagnosis of fetal gender. And since it's illegal to disclose the sex of an unborn fetus in China, many doctors use riddles or metaphors to hint to parents who want to know the sex of the fetus. For example, some doctors use homophones or numbers to refer to the gender of the fetus. This is obviously unethical, but it's also controlled and influenced by thousands of years of traditional Chinese thinking that favors sons over daughters. So, yeah, thank you for the comment. And I would like to thank our panelists for such an interesting final roundtable. I guess, yeah, there's thank you very much. Thank you very much for our virtual participants. So this is the end of our conference, but before we go, I would like us to clap for all kinds of people that made this conference possible. So I'll call the different categories. I'll just ask you to stand so that we can all see you and clap for you. Throughout the preparation of this conference, we had more conceptual meetings. People were responsible to do the readings, to make sure that they would frame the concept note, the call for papers. People from Feminist Africa, from IFGP, and I would like you to stand so that we can all clap for you. I think Njiba and Asanda should also stand, please. Yes, I did. We also had people that helped logistically, making sure that they would communicate with all of you, they would make sure the tickets were bought, making sure that passports were received. And this is the secretariat from Feminist Africa. Please, you can come here. And in Maputo, in Mozambique, we also had a team that helped with logistics. I am personally very, very proud of their work. Most of them were students. Some are no longer students. They were my students. So personally, I would like to say thank you very much, because without your support, this would not be possible. I don't know if I should give the microphone to anyone. The conference is over. And yeah, I really don't know. It's like, thank you very much for such interesting discussions. And oh, sorry, we also had technical staff, the photographer, the interpreters, the cameraman, the audiovisual staff, all of them. Thank you very much. I think there's some last housekeeping to do before we go to lunch.
So we've sent a feedback form around. Would appreciate if you can take 2 minutes to fill the form. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, it's done.
It's done.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi, everyone. Can I please have your attention? Hello. Can I please have your attention?